Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Yountville Town Council meeting for Tuesday, December 5th, 2017. It's good to see a few new faces we don't often see here, so welcome. Go ahead and call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Durham.
Here.
Councilmember Dorman. Here. Councilmember Moeller.
Here.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker.
Here.
Mayor Dunbar.
Here. And in recognition of Councilmember Durham's birthday today, I invite him to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we pledged for Councilmember Durham that we'd be out of here by 7:30 tonight, so let's just keep that in mind. Highly unlikely, however. You pointing at Joe in his presentation? Come on now. Next up, adoption of the agenda tonight. We do have a staff request that we pull item 13D for a future meeting. I believe that's the only recommended change.
That's correct.
Okay, so seeing no other, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
I make a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Are we doing the vote cast? Yes, we are. Please cast your vote. That's good. Good progress. Next up, public comment. Any item that's not on the agenda tonight that you'd like to bring forward to the council for consideration? I know we have at least one member of the public, I believe, that would like to bring something forward. So, Mr. Soper, now would be the time.
Steve Soper, 6870 Jefferson Street. Thank you very much, Council, for allowing me to make a brief statement, as I got that loud and clear. So I've lived here with my family for 45 years and have been involved in agriculture. And we were very fortunate to have another house in Calaveras County, which is one of the smallest counties of California and one of the poorest counties of California. Being up there 10 years ago, that we've been up there now, basically the revenues have been from agriculture have been cattle. They're all beef farmers up there, and that's it. But as of our lovely town that we have here, anywhere in Napa Valley, nothing stays the same forever. And as time changes, things change, and that's what's going on, and that's my comment about. We've been very fortunate to have some people that move from Sonoma County in the viticulture business and have moved up to Murphy's and had some great wines up there, and they've done a great job of teaching people the right way and where to locate those varieties. So it's been great. But the other interesting point that I'm bringing up is that the new situation that we have to deal with is 2016 is the cannabis issue, and kind of giving a sense of what's going on and how fast. They started in 2016, a couple years, and so they've learned a lot. And again, it's not a lot of sophistication that we're fortunate to have this here. So they started applications. So we have 337 applications of cannabis to the tune of $3.7 million in the coffers. Right now, they haven't done anything with it, but they've got a lot of issues coming up of what to do. And the smart thing is, which you guys have already done, just wait and let's see what happens. Don't jump in anything, because as soon as you give 307 a shot and say one thing, they'll be on you in a heartbeat. That's just the way it is. So they have to take their time. So anyway, a lot of scary things has happened, which I brought today of 6 papers for Mr. Rogers, and I just want to give it and pass around at your...
Yeah, if you could pass it over to Michelle.
Your leisure to get education of some of the good things that don't happen in a county. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Silver. Anyone else like to address the council on an item that's not on our agenda tonight? You're all here for something. All right. Let's move ahead to those somethings then. Next up is our consent calendar. We have 2 items on there for consideration. Is there action on the consent calendar?
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Please vote. Passes unanimously. Great. We'll move on to our first presentation, which is our biannual pavement condition index update. Joe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight it's my pleasure to do a presentation on our most recent biannual pavement condition index survey. The town of Yountville currently maintains about 8.28 centerline miles of road. That's worth an asset replacement value of approximately $25.4 million as calculated by this program. Pavement Engineering Incorporated, our consultant for this project, has updated the town's management system using the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's Street Saver program. The purpose of the pavement management system is to track inventory, store work history, and furnish some budget estimates to optimize funding for improving the town's pavement system. Short introduction for the pavement management system. It has several distinctive uses. It's used as a budgeting tool. It helps us make decisions on treatment costs that are based on recently bid projects from projects performed here in town. So these budgets reflect historical costs from this agency. It's also used as an inventory tool. Our pavement management system provides a quick and easy reference for the pavement areas and use. It's used a pavement condition history or record. We provide, the system allows us to update the attributes of the pavement, the age, some load-related information, some non-load-related information, climate-related information, and then finally deterioration. It performs some functions, and as a result, you're able to get some curves and other information that allow you again to help make better decisions when choosing what to do with your pavement. It's not this system is not capable of providing detailed engineering designs for the street. It instead helps us to identify good candidates for potential repair and maintenance, and at what level that maintenance should be done. It is really a tool for helping us make the decision. It's not the ultimate decider for making that decision. This pavement survey is performed once every other year. It is mandated by state and federal regulation. This helps us maintain compliance and keeps us eligible should grants or other funds become available. PEI came out and did a comprehensive survey of every street in town. They have a very strict method of quality assurance, and the findings for our pavement management. Previously we had a 72. Happy to announce that this year we have a PCI of 75. So we are the envy of many in this county. Just to give you kind of a little bit of a indicator on where we're at in the county. City of Napa, which has been doing quite a bit of work lately, is at a 66. The county is at a 52 and going down. St. Helena is in the 50s and headed down as well, and Calistoga is holding in the mid-50s. So we're well above average and well above others in the county, and it's really because of the funds that this council and councils before you have put into maintaining and improving the roadway system. It doesn't happen by accident. Just to maintain a PCI of 75, the town will need to spend an average of $259,000 a year for the next 5 years. That's just to maintain what we have, if that's what we choose to do. Implementing a 5-year plan that will result in a 5-point increase to a PCI of 80 will be around $500,000 a year. The interesting part of this calculation is that this is about what Measure T and SB1 funds will be receiving when the measures are fully implemented at the end of next year. Our future plans call for the use of Measure T and SB1 funds, which will be used to support our annual paving program. With those funds in the anticipated $500,000 range, it should help us achieve our goal of a PCI of 80 in 5 years. So this concludes my part of the presentation. Joe Ryrie from Performance Pavement Engineering Incorporated is here to give us a little bit of a show and tell on pavement in general. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and then we'll get on with Joe's presentation.
Yeah, so before we move on, I'll ask if council has any questions. I have one, if no one else does. No. So, Joe, can you please explain why it matters if we can get this index up to 81, I believe it is, in terms of flexibility of SB1 funds in particular?
Sure. So for SB1 funds in particular, and that's a great question, there's SB1 requires us to submit a plan for work because they want to make sure that the funds that we're using from the new road tax are being used to improve the roadways. So each year we submit a plan to the state, and they approve the plan or look at the plan and make sure that it meets the requirements of SB1. Once you reach a PCI of 81, it's a much more discretionary use of funds because they consider that an excellent road system. At that point, we'll really be doing crack seals and slurry micro surfacing. Most of the major roadway work will be complete. So we will be improving things like the pass system, some of the other improvements that we haven't been able to get to because our roads have needed work. A PCI of 81 allows some discretionary spending of those funds, not nearly as restrictive as they are right now.
And I realize the audience may not be quite as in the weeds on this stuff as we are. So SB1 is a Senate bill that was passed that provides $2.5 billion in transportation-related funding over the next 10 years. And so it matters quite a bit because we have specific projects in town as well as throughout the county that are now going to be possible because of this new revenue. It is facing a potential initiative challenge in California this next election cycle, so we're going to see what goes on, but it's also important that we get projects ready to go as soon as this funding is available, assuming it's going to be available. And maybe you might want to speak to some of that if there's anything new that you could update us on in your presentation. So with that, let's go ahead. Oh, Councilmember
Sorry,
Gorman.
thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up question to that. What would it cost us to get to 81 from 80? Is it?
Joe can
Okay,
answer that
great,
question.
thank you.
Good question to lead into our next part of the presentation.
That was a great segue.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council, staff, and audience. Usually they put me at the end of the meeting. I don't know why, because I think pavement is an absolutely exciting topic and can talk about it for hours, but I won't tonight. Okay, unless there's lots of questions. So I'm here to be able to give you your report. Joe asked that I spend just a little bit of time giving you a little bit of background on pavement. I'll move through that quickly, but tonight's goals are fivefold. We're going to cover Pavement 101, some of the basics about pavement, and then some pavement preservation principles, as well as some assessment findings and review what we've discovered out there, although we're going to be able to go through that quick because Joe gave a lot of the summary of that. And then understanding what the budget needs are and some of the recommendations that we see that the town should consider as you continue to move forward and consider balancing where to spend the money and what to do with it. So let's get rolling right away. So with Pavement 101, it's important to understand that with pavements, they're a structural support system that is intended to be able to support the loading that goes on top and distribute the loads over whatever is underneath. And there's different kinds of soil that have different bearing capacities that can hold that up. And so the worse the soil and the heavier the loads, the thicker the section needs to be able to support those loads. When you talk about pavement, asphalt pavement, there's two different ways that pavements deteriorate. One is through the oxidizing effects of the sun and the water, oxidizing the binder that helps hold the asphalt together, and the other is fatigue, the constant bending of the asphalt. So when we talk about the effects of the sun and the water, it actually, the oil that is around each of the rocks, as it oxidizes, it gets more brittle. And so then when the heavier traffic goes over the top of it, it starts to break apart just a little bit more and will deteriorate faster. It also loses its ability to be able to hang on to the aggregate, and it washes away whenever traffic drives on it or the rain falls on it. What really gets bad is when the cracks open up and the water is able to work its way down through the pavement and into the pavement structure. It really causes some problems. So that's one way that the pavement deteriorates. The second way is through the impact of heavy loads. And while as an engineer it's really fun to get into all the details about equivalent single axle loads and traffic indices and all these different things, I find that it usually goes over everybody's head. And so we, a long time ago, decided to break down the fatigue part of pavement into this simple graph, where we took a Chevy S10 Blazer. If you remember a long time ago, the S10 Blazers, tells you how long ago we did this, but we made that equal to one vehicle. And then we compared that Chevy S10 Blazer to different types of vehicles: 2-axle vehicles, 3-axle vehicles, buses, garbage trucks, and fully loaded 5-axle trucks, to be able to represent the impact that it has on pavement. Because to a pavement, it's not the busyness of what's on the pavement, it's the loading conditions that really matter and affect whether or not a pavement is going to deteriorate. And so a 2-axle truck, typical of your UPS or FedEx delivery trucks, or just a typical 2-axle truck, will be equal to 442 Chevy S10 Blazers. So when it drives over the top of the road, it's the same as 400 cars driving over it. And as far as the way that I like to think about it is that when we design a pavement, we anticipate the loading and we put into the pavement so many flexes. And so we think of it like a bank account and how many flexes it has in the pavement structure. And every time a car goes over the top of it or a vehicle goes over the top of it, specifically heavy vehicles, it's like a withdrawal. And when the bank account hits zero, that's it. It starts falling apart. You may have wanted it to last 20 years, but if the bank account's zero, it's going to be zero, and it's going to fall apart faster. As you move down this impact graph, you'll see that buses are about almost 8,000 Chevy S10 Blazer units. Garbage trucks are 9,000. And that's always an interesting thing, because nowadays we're being very environmentally conscious and thinking about what we're trying to do, and instead of just having one garbage truck trip per week go through our neighborhoods, we now have three that are going through our neighborhoods. And while that's great on one hand, the pavements weren't designed for 3 garbage truck trips per week, and so the life is being consumed just a little bit faster on that. And then one fully loaded 5-axle truck that you see delivering to a Safeways or an Albertsons would be almost 15,000 Chevy S10 Blazer units. So let's review some pavement preservation principles. When pavements deteriorate, it's not in a linear fashion. It deteriorates in a graph that looks like pretty much just like this. It goes along, it looks fine for a while, and then it falls off quickly, and then it flattens out the closer it gets towards the zero mark. You'll notice that we have 3 different graphs there, because pavements can deteriorate faster if they're overloaded or they're poorly constructed, or if they're well maintained, they'll have more of the upper curve. Oops.
It doesn't show up on the screen.
Oh, it doesn't do that.
No.
Okay. All right. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So it'll be like the more of the upper graph right on the top that will, it's being more well maintained, but the pattern of how it deteriorates is the same. So if you remember that, we're going to come back to that kind of a pattern and talk about it more. Joe talked about the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index. That is something that was developed back in World War II to be able to, it started off to be able to measure airports and the asphalt on airports, and then has just continued to go forward. And as engineers, we use the PCI as an indicator for how the pavement's, how it's performing, and also where it is on its deterioration curve, and then we can apply certain treatments depending on where it is in the range. and it's a 100-point range. So it starts at 0 and goes all the way up to 100. So a pavement with no deterioration at all would be 100. And a pavement with 0, or all the deterioration in the world, would be way at the bottom. And then depending on where it falls in those categories would govern what kind of treatments or budgets we apply to it. So for you to be at a 75, it puts you well into the good area and with the potential to be able to keep moving up. While we were out in the town, we measured these different distresses, 7 of them, and they're all interesting and unique in their own place, but there's 4 of them that are probably the most common ones that you'll notice. I'm going to start on the left-hand side and just kind of talk about each one of them just quickly, because they're ones that if you're driving down the road, you'll notice this, and you'll see this kind of cracking, and perhaps maybe you'll say, oh, I see what's happening. Then you get to call Joe and say, I noticed that this is what was going on this particular street. So the very first one is weathering and raveling. We talked about the pavement getting older and the binder becoming oxidized and not being able to hang on to the rocks. Well, weathering and raveling is the pavement starting to wear from the top down, and it's just wearing off, and so it begins to look a little rougher on the top because the fines start washing away and the more coarser aggregate is left. As that coarser aggregate begins to fall out, that becomes more of a raveling and a structural problem. The next graph, or the next slide, shows transverse and longitudinal cracking. So when you put down the pavement and the sun begins to bake it, it burns out the volatiles out of it, and so its mass changes, and it begins to shrink, and it's got a crack somewhere. And so it begins cracking along the paving joint, which is usually down the center, and then some transverse cracking will begin to appear as well. And as that begins to progress, we get over into the third slide, which is block cracking, and you'll see that the pavement will all start connecting with each other, and it'll be in about 20 by 20 squares, and then it'll break apart into 10 by 10 squares, and it breaks apart into 5 by 5 squares, and it just kind of keeps breaking apart and breaking apart. Those 3 graphs or 3 pictures are all representations of environmental type of distresses or environmental deterioration. So when we talk about the 2 different ways that pavements deteriorate, those 3 all show the environmental type of deterioration. The 4th one is alligator cracking. We call it alligator cracking because it looks like alligator skin, but it is a fatigue cracking. So when we see that, we get really concerned because it means that the bank account is 0 in that area where you see alligator cracking. It has bent and bent and bent and flexed and flexed and flexed until it begins to just break apart. And if you think the pavement looks really bad on top, what's underneath, if you could flip it over and look underneath it, looks even worse, because that's where the stresses are breaking it apart. So when you're driving along and you see the different types of cracking, now you'll be able to understand where they come from. Just a couple of quick slides to show some examples. This is a PCI of 100, brand new paved. We took a picture the very next day right after the striping was done. No distresses at all. 85, there's no cracking yet, but there's a lot of weathering and raveling beginning to occur. As you begin to go further down, this is a PCI of 70. You'll see that transverse and longitudinal cracking begin to form. You get down into a 60 and you're seeing everything begin to connect, but you're also beginning to see some alligator cracking at the corners. Then you get down into 51, and now you're really starting to see where the pavement is beginning to break up, but you can still see the patterns, the block shrinkage patterns, and the alligator cracking in the middle. This is a road that's a 38, lots of distresses, lots of alligator cracking. And it's always interesting to look at the cracking and be able to kind of guess what's going on. This is a 28. And it's interesting that most of the distresses are on the left-hand side of the picture, mostly concentrated in the wheel paths, indicating that there's probably some really heavy vehicles that are going that direction as opposed to the right side of the picture or the other direction. And so sometimes the cracking conditions can begin to tell you what's going on, and there might be a bus or perhaps a quarry or something like that that's receiving a lot of heavy traffic. And this, of course, reminds us why we have roads in the first place. Okay, so let's talk about pavement preservation, because really what we want to do is maintain our pavements, keep them in good condition, and if we do, there's some really positive rewards that occur from that. Pavement preservation, in words, is quite simply doing the right treatment at the right time to the right pavement, and I added the time using the right materials. So right treatment, right pavement, right time, using the right materials, and that's pavement preservation. Remember the graph that we looked at before with the different types of deterioration and how the deterioration curve? Well, what the right time, right pavement, right treatment is being able to look at the pavement, and at the very top you're seeing that when pavement's in good condition, you still need to do something to it. But all you really need to do to be cost effective is crack seal it. Keep the cracks filled so the water doesn't seep into the pavement, into the underlying structure. As you move down the deterioration curve, there's different other types of treatments that you do till you get down to the very bottom, and the only thing left is to have to reconstruct the road. But the point being, and this is going to sound really silly, you don't take a brand new pavement and reconstruct it, and that makes no sense at all. But vice versa, you don't take a pavement that's really bad and try and crack seal it. You'll see sometimes that there are roads out there where they try and do that, and it just looks like one great big black gooey mess all over the whole road. They shouldn't have ever been doing that, but doing the right treatment at the right time. As long as I've been doing this, I've only been able to think about or come up with 3 different ways to be able to manage your pavement system. The first one is doing best first type management. That's simply working with the best pavements. If you're limited on your budget funding, then you'll be focusing on the best first. Worst first is the next one. That's taking your pavements that are on the very bottom and only focusing on them. Best first and worst first are not maintainable over the long run. They are not sustainable, is what I meant to say. A best first pavement will mean that your system will have a lot of really good pavements and a lot of really bad pavements because you've ignored the lower pavements. Your worst first has negative consequences in that that's where you're spending the most money, and is doing the worst first pavements because the treatments are the most expensive. And if you wait for every single pavement to fall into the worst first category, then you're spending the most money that you can spend every time you do a project. So the best way is a critical point management, and this slide is intended to be able to show and demonstrate what that means. And so we talked about the PCI, which is on the left-hand side, and then the years or the time across the bottom, and then we have our deterioration curve, and we broke that into 4 categories, indicating the types of costs that are associated with the different treatments that fall into that PCI range. So when you're in the upper range, the cost is only pennies per square foot. As you move down, they become more pennies per square foot. Then you step down into the dollars and into the many dollars. And so critical point management means you're managing your pavements in such a way that you're allowing them to deteriorate to that trigger point, and then you apply the treatment before it drops down into the next category and costs you more money. And that's where the pavement management system comes in, because it helps you keep track of where your pavements are, and you're able to watch where that trigger point is coming up and be able to project forward and know that in 2 or 3 years I need to deal with this street before it drops down and costs me more money. This is a busy slide, but the most important part is what's in the blue squares on the right-hand side. If you maintain a pavement using pavement preservation principles, applying the right treatment at the right time, you will spend about half as much money over the period of time as if you always wait for more of a worst first type of an approach. And so that's what that slide is intended to show you. Okay, we're in our home stretch. Councilmember Durham. As Joe indicated, you have a little over 8 centerline miles of road. That's centerline mile counts for both sides of the road, or even if you had more lanes, it just counts what's right down the center. Almost 1.4 million square feet of pavement. You're at a 75, and again, I would just mention to you that the replacement cost is over $25 million. That's just the pavement alone. That's not curb and gutter, that's not sidewalks, that's not curb ramps, anything outside of it. That's just the pavement portion alone. The system, the town system breaks down just like this. With a system that's in 75, this is about what you would expect to see. A lot of your pavements are up on the upper end. If I could show with my pointer up there, but it doesn't show up on that. I just want to point out the large amount of pavement. That's in square footage, so it's a 10-point breakdown. 80 to 71, you've got almost 26% of your system that's right there. And we talk about critical point management. That's a point that's just about to fall into the next category and end up costing you more. So while you're enjoying this really wonderful 75, if we don't do the right treatments, you could find yourself slipping down out of 75 quickly. And that was one of the things that first stood out to me when we took a look at the breakdown. As far as classifications go, your arterials are at an 80. That's a good thing. You want your more major roads to be in better condition, and there's lots of studies that show that when you have your arterials in better condition, that helps your economy, and there's lots of other good things that result from that. Your residentials, as indicated, are at a 71, but I know some agencies that would kill for that. So that's how your system breaks down. Let's talk about the budget needs. So one of the questions was, what would it take to get up to 85 or 81? You would need to spend about $560 million a year. By doing that, I'm sorry, that's way too much.
That got everyone's attention.
Well, that was just to see if we're all paying attention, because, wow, that just came right out and I missed that. Okay.
Take out a 10 to 3 and you'll be good.
560,000 is what we need to spend. Okay. The last slide with the car in the mud was supposed to be the comic relief part, not that. So anyway, moving forward, if you wanted to just increase the PCI by 5 points, that is spending just a little over $500,000 a year. What's interesting is that what we're projecting based on SB1 and on Measure T funding puts you at about $560,000 a year. Now that's the orange one, the orange graph that's in there, and you'll see that jumps you up pretty quickly, and by year 4 you're right at 80. So you're getting there, and I usually find that these projections are a little bit conservative, and so my goal would be to see you get to that 81 so that you can be more discretionary with how you want to spend the SB1 funds. If you wanted to do nothing in your system and you needed to spend the money elsewhere, the consequences would be that over 5 years you would slip from a 75 down to a 67. This is intended to show you that for the projected amount of $560,000 per year, you still are going to have some deferred maintenance that's going to be building up because you're not dealing with everything, and it does begin to add up. So let's go over some recommendations. Long-term recommendations: continue to crack seal. The town does do crack sealing, and I would encourage you to keep doing that. The program will identify crack sealing streets, and I know that Larry will be very proactive on that. You want to continue to expand your pavement preservation treatments and consider pavement preservation treatments, whether they be microsurfacing or slurry seals or Cape seals or thin maintenance overlays. Those things are not very expensive and will really preserve your pavements. Hanging on to and preserving your critical assets. For you, that's your arterial system. That's ones the major streets that people are always using, and you want to focus on those streets. And with them being an 80, that makes it very easy to be able to preserve them. And that goes along with number 4 is looking at your system by classification. Looking for opportunities for grants. Grants are on the can only be applied to federally funded roads, and so that's not every street in town, but by being able to leverage grant funding, usually you find that will help you be able to take just a few dollars and grow them. And then SB1 and Measure T. Short-term strategies include the annual budgets, being able to so that your public works department can stay consistent, knowing that same amount of money is coming in all the time every year is very helpful, because they're looking ahead at utilities and other types of programs. You want to keep your pavement management system current. It's a great way to be able to communicate with how you're doing to the residents and how effective you're being with your treatments. It'll even show you how well your treatments are lasting if you're getting more life out of certain treatments versus others. Part of that is re-rating the roads. You're fortunate that you're part of the MTC and they require you to have to update your system every 2 years. And so doing this in a timely manner is important and making that a priority. And then keeping your maintenance and rehabilitation projects and budgets and monitoring those budgets. I can anticipate that we're going to see a climb. The contracting community is pretty full right now, and as a result, I believe we will see, based on supply and demand, prices begin to rise. And then the use of the Measure T and to budget for your 5-year development. And I know that we've worked together with the town, and Joe has come up with a 5-year plan that has been submitted for the Measure T program, and that will be a very positive thing, and it actually gets you to that 80, the PCI that you're looking for. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the council?
No.
How many in the audience are going to look at their street a little differently tomorrow? Well, you're going to go out, right. You can't see it tonight, but tomorrow morning when the sun's out. Thank you very much for the presentation.
You betcha.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Joe, is there anything else we're covering?
Unless you have questions for me, that covers that topic.
Great. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next presentation, capital improvement projects, our update for fiscal year 17-18. This is the Joe show tonight.
Well, the first part certainly is.
Thanks, guys, very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Larry, this is the last time tonight. You can go.
All right, Mayor Dunbar, members of the council, tonight would like to update you on our CIP. It's about the middle of the year. We're getting ready to get into budget cycle again, so I think this is a good time to kind of refresh everybody's memory and update everyone on where we were at in our CIP schedule. How does this work, Michelle? Oh, there we go. So we have about $1.4 million in proposed project funding this year, spread through a variety of general fund and enterprise or utility funds. One of the projects that we had on the list this year, Town Hall Council chamber improvements, are basically generally complete. We have just a few things left, but we think that it came out well. We were able to leverage some of our grants from for the technology PEG grants to help with some of the audio and visual upgrades, and then use some of the other funds to improve the council chambers in general. So it's been well received, and we're continuing to work on it a little bit, but we're basically complete with this project. Movable wall at Community Hall. So this project We're working with the Parks and Rec Director, Samantha Holland. The curtains on the left of the screen have basically, they're about to fall down and are no longer serviceable. So we are looking at something that is similar to what you see on the right. We are in the process right now with a vendor who's going to provide some samples based on Director Holland and staff selections, and we are going to be moving forward with that very quickly. This project is probably going to come in just a little bit under budget. Security cameras for Town Hall, Community Center, and the Joint Treatment Plant. So this was a project to basically replace some of the cameras that have failed, like any technology. It seems like some of these items grow obsolete faster than others. Cameras are no exception. So over the past couple of years, several of our cameras have become non-operational or less than operational. So this will be just to replace some of the cameras and some of the hardware. Again, this will come in under budget. Current budget is about $35,000. This will should come in well under budget. Post office, painting the post office and sheriff's annex. The pre-paint job is on the left, and the newly painted post office is on the right. We got this done almost as soon as the new fiscal year began. This should last 5 to 7 years. They applied a product that should perform well, much better in the sun. They had to do a little bit of repair work, some of the damaged wood. But again, we came in on budget on this project. GIS mapping improvements. So this is a project that has been running now for just a few years. Initially, we use it to develop some assets and some maps to help town staff better navigate some of our own asset management. We also, if you recall, built a Myville app, which is available to the public. You can download it both in the Droid store or on the Apple store. It has, we're about to roll out the newest version of it here shortly. We've been playing with it over the last few weeks. We're very excited about the latest iteration of this product. So for those of you who have been using it, you're familiar with it. You can report any things that you see around town that may be unsafe or need repair, or you just want to comment on it and let staff know about it. It also has the art walk that's available on it. It has some Chamber of Commerce information, so some of the businesses, restaurants, hotels have listed some of their information, so it's a kind of a handy application to have on any smart device that you may have, both Droid or Apple. We are also using this year's CIP to continue to work on our asset management program, Acela. We're working with our partners to help include the assets into the asset management program, and we anticipate that to be a very robust program and to be able to use the GIS portion to help us manage our assets in the field, both with the asset management program and with GIS. The Vineyard Park outdoor exercise equipment. So this is one that I've been working on. Actually, Priya Nixon, our management analyst, has this project in her portfolio. We have a trip planned down to the Bay Area to look at some of these particular pieces of equipment to see how they're performing out in the field. We are also taking along one of the members of the Parks and Rec staff who has a particular expertise in exercise equipment. So we are, and then once we have a few choices of this equipment, we're going to put together a survey monkey, get it out into the public. We're going to have some options for the public to select from, a few different groups, and then once we get the results of that survey, we'll publish it, we'll bring it to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, get some feedback from them, and then we'll go ahead and install the equipment. Tennis pickleball court improvement. So this particular project has been the largest project this year. It has had, well, because of the current bidding environment, as was mentioned earlier in the roads presentation, prices are starting to go up. So we have looked at a variety of options and applications. At this point, it looks like we're going to try to do a tennis court and a pickleball court So we would just improve the facilities as they are, trying to include a couple of different bidding options for the council based on the fact that we think prices are kind of continuing to go up, and something that's going to be both playable and kind of perform well during some of the more inclement weather conditions where this previous court has not. So looking to make a few drainage improvements, the court service improvements, and we're going to take this to PRAC, Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, in late January with what we think is going to be the final version, and we anticipate bringing this to council for a short discussion in early February, and then we would like to go out to bid in late February. So we'll bring it back in late February for you all to review and give us the permission to go out to bid. We have, just today, I cut a purchase order for a new truck. The budget for this particular piece of equipment is $50,000. We actually used joint purchasing and went out and had some of the local bidders, vendors bid on it. We're happy to say that one of the local dealerships is going to provide us a new truck. They actually beat the joint purchasers that were also included, and as a result, we're probably going to save about $10,000 on this vehicle. It's going to be a really nicely equipped vehicle, so we're very excited. Dredging the wastewater pond. So this is a project that's supposed to be done about once every 20 years. Staff thinks it's been at least 30 since it's been done. We're not quite sure how long it's been. It really helps us manage the capacity in the wastewater pond. At this point, we haven't, it is a concern. We do have it out to bid right now. We're working with the one vendor who performs this kind of work. The item is out, the budget item is about $150,000. We're going to come in under or at budget for this item. 2 pumps at the joint treatment plant. It's another one of those items that kind of requires a regular replacement. So we have 2 pumps this year and 2 pumps of the same type for next year. It's also going to include some SCADA upgrades. So SCADA is the software programs that allow our staff to look at and view this equipment and its operation either remotely on their smart devices or back in the treatment plant. In the past, it would be gauges or some kind of a light that is either red or green. So SCADA helps us get a much better picture of what's going on, and more importantly, it allows staff to operate that piece of equipment remotely should they need to. So just a quick review of some of the programs that we have going on a annual basis. Our ADA accessibility and improvement program. So we're in year 2 of 12. As you recall, we did a self-evaluation and transition program for our ADA facilities. We are working to correct all of the deficiencies that were noticed in that report. We have 12 years to do it, so we're working on that. We're also improving some handicap ramps and other sidewalks as they become available and have a need. So one of the areas that we're working on right now is Oak Leaf Court as it goes over the pedestrian bridge onto Heather. That handicap ramp no longer met the most current standard, and we had to do some water repairs over there, so we took advantage of that opportunity to take that ramp out and the pathway that leads up to the bridge. We're going to we already have a contract out to repair that. We're going to put concrete in both for the ramp and for the path. Curb, gutter, and sidewalk replacement is also an ongoing annual program. Last year, we used some of this money to replace the sidewalk on Heather. This will be another program that we'll use to help replace or repair sidewalk, curb, and gutter, probably in advance of the paving program that we're going to bring forward to you for next year's budget. So we're going to try to do curb, gutter, sidewalk, and some handicap replacement. That makes the paving program a little less expensive and helps it go just a bit quicker when paving does come. Town-wide drainage and erosion improvements. We're working with the county right now. The flood control district actually gets an annual permit from the Fish and Wildlife Department. It was becoming increasingly difficult for us to obtain these permits. The amount of gravel and work that they are able to help us do in town is almost minimal compared to what they do in the rest of the county. So it works well for them. It works very well for us. We're able to manage and make improvements with this budget, and it's around $15,000. We'll probably actually return some of that back to fund balance at the end of the year. Street maintenance and paving program, ST 3018, that's $20,000 for this year, and we're going to go into planning and get ready to bring a project forward for next year's CIP for the paving program for fiscal year 18 and 19. Traffic calming, ST 4018. So we've had several comments and questions about some of the radar feedback signs. I was at a conference at the League of Cities earlier this year. Saw several great examples of radar feedback signs. We managed to contact one of the vendors who also was a part of a joint purchasing program, and we got some great pricing on some radar feedback signs. So we're going to place new radar feedback signs on Yountville Crossroad. We're going to replace the radar feedback sign on Washington at the French Laundry Gardens, and we're also going to put a radar feedback sign out on the end of Fennell in hopes it'll help people slow down as they come into town, because we have heard some comments about people coming into town, and hopefully that'll help them reduce some of the speed. Streetlight replacement is ongoing. Right now we're working on the Oak Circle neighborhood. We're also going to replace the last light that the town owns, is responsible for on Washington. So that would be at the Hopper Creek Pocket Park at the French Laundry Gardens. So we just recently had PG&E help us turn off the power to that light, and we put a fuse kit in, so now we can come back and do that work when we're ready to do it, and we're going to get started on that right away. I would also like to say that we were able to partner with the Burgundy Commons Homeowners Association, and they put in a street light and replaced the street light at the corner there where they're at. So they use their labor and their material, and we provided the street light. We have done that in several instances. We think it's a great way to leverage our funds and our material, and it works out well for everybody. Inflow and infiltration reduction is ongoing. That's a collection system program. Last year we replaced about 1,300 feet of sewer underneath the mobile home park. The beauty of these programs now is you don't see a lot of the traditional open cut replacement of pipes. It's now become almost in place for the most part. There's a few examples where we may have to dig stuff up, but for the most part we're going to be able to replace lots of these pipes without ever having to dig anything up. They have robots that go in and reestablish the laterals, and it's hopefully a system that's going to last for the next 50 years. So it's a very durable system with proven technology. Water meter replacement program, we're in the last year of that program, about $42,000. So this will, along with our Orion Badger system, help us have more reliable billing, help our customers who have water accounts be able to access that on their own smart devices, so they can call us and we can help them. They can go online to Orion, put in their account number, and they have instant access to their water usage, their accounts. They can set limits. So all that is made possible with this water meter replacement program. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Joe. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Dorman?
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. So just a couple of questions, and some is to refresh my memory, and that may lead to additional. So on the Vineyard Park exercise equipment and the tennis/pickleball courts, do you have what we budgeted for those, and any idea of whether those will come in on budget?
Sure. The tennis and pickleball court was budgeted at $200,000. We spent a little bit on design. We're probably at about $187 right now in remaining funds. We anticipate that we're going to bring a few options. Option one would be to have the surface resurfaced with a tennis court and a pickleball court specifically for those two, somewhere around around $300,000. And then there's a more resilient surface that has been discussed, and it's a little bit more gentle to some of the older bodies that play tennis and pickleball, and it's a little friendlier to the joint. So we're looking at both of those. That surface is a bit more, about $70,000 more, so that's closer to $375,000, $400,000. So we'll bring those back when we have a bit more information, and we can discuss it at length. The exercise equipment is budgeted for $20,000. I have a little small contingency. What we'd like to do is have a turnkey project. We thought we could put it in on the grass. That would have saved us a little money. However, the equipment manufacturer and supplier recommends that we don't install on grass for a variety of reasons. It's harder to maintain. It turns out that it actually kind of ages the equipment a little bit because of the fact that it's kind of sitting in water for some time. And they think that it's just, and the requirements of setting that equipment and the height requirements that come, it's kind of like playgrounds equipment. So they recommend that you set it on a concrete surface. So we're looking at pricing to do that. We think we're going to be able to do that for the budget and what I have in my contingency. So
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Joe, for that presentation.
my pleasure. Thank you.
We
very
are
much.
going to move on to your third class in municipal government, which is the presentation of the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2017. Maria, I think you're going to kick this off.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good evening. We have completed our fiscal year end for fiscal year 16-17, and I know we're already in the middle of 17-18, but the world of audit and bookkeeping sometimes is a little bit lengthy, and so you have to stay in two different fiscal years for a little while. We've got a great audit firm that we've been working with. Ahmed Badawi of Badawi & Associates is the president, and he's here this evening to give you his findings in his report of our comprehensive annual financial report, which you also received and will also be available online. So with that,
Great. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening.
If you could raise that microphone up just a little bit, or there's actually a button on the podium also to bring that up just a touch.
Just looking.
Right in your right hand, right underneath the lip of that, there should be a button.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to show that off a little bit, that's all. It can do that.
You did,
It
definitely.
can do that.
I am impressed.
It was part of the budget.
Also trying to kill time for Maria to call up this presentation.
I know.
Could you just make it go a little higher for me, please? That's great. Oh, let's look at that. That's awesome.
Slideshow.
If there's anything you can start while she's calling that up, or
Sure. I mean, obviously, I'm glad to be here again. This is, I think, there we go.
thank you.
Right. Well, thank you for taking the time to meet with me. I will be presenting the results of the 2017 audit. The agenda for today, I'll let you know who the engagement team was, what were the deliverables and the scope of our audit, areas we emphasized on, what kind of audit opinion we issued, and summarize for you some of the numbers in your financial statements, provide you some of the required communications, an update of the new accounting standards that are coming your way, and then see if you have any questions for me. Of course, you can interrupt me anytime if you do have questions. Composition of the engagement team was as follows. I was the engagement partner. We always have a quality control reviewer in the background responsible for reviewing my work, making sure we adhere to professional standards. We always have an IT specialist, basically on an as-needed basis. If the town starts developing its own applications or significantly modify existing application, we will need assistance of our IT specialist to help us understand the controls embedded there. Mitesh Desai was the engagement manager, and we had two staff, Winway and Tony, on the audit. In terms of the deliverables, we were engaged mainly to provide an opinion on the town's basic financial statements. The town is subject to government auditing standards, which require us to issue a report on our consideration of internal control over financial reporting and on compliance. We also provide an agreed-upon procedures over the appropriation limit, the GAN limit. And finally, communication with the governing body, which is what I'm doing today, and we will be issuing a letter summarizing this communication addressed to the council. Areas of primary audit emphasis. Revenues and receivables, always an area of a higher risk, just due to the nature of revenues. We send a lot of confirmations to the county and to the state to confirm tax revenues that were submitted to the town. We also send confirmations to hotels, and we do testing on the license and permit fees. For the proprietary funds, we do a lot of analysis, analytical procedures, comparing prior years, comparing budget, comparing consumption rates, and things of that nature. Pension is another area that is complex by nature, and the dollar amount is relatively significant. So so this was another area of focus for us. We review, obviously, management journal entries to record the transactions relating to pension, and we communicate with the pension plan. We obtain audit reports from the plan auditors, and we do some testing of census data and a variety of other procedures. Also, management overriding controls is a risk that always exists in any audit. Management are the one responsible for designing and implementing those controls, and they may choose to override those controls. So, of course, we try to incorporate some audit procedures to address that risk, such as testing journal entries, reviewing estimates prepared by management, making sure we assign more experienced personnel to more complex areas, and try to incorporate an element of unpredictability in the audit. So not doing the same test every year. Of course, we don't want to reinvent the wheel every year, but there will be certain tests that we will modify every year. So this is as far as the areas of primary audit risk. In terms of the auditor's report, we have issued an unmodified opinion. The opinion states that the audit was performed in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. An unmodified opinion means that the financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, that all estimates are reasonable, all disclosures are properly reflected, and that all significant accounting policies have been consistently applied. Some of the numbers in your financial statements we always like to summarize over the last 3 years. So as you can see, the largest assets that the town have are your cash and investments and your capital assets, which are your infrastructure, your streets and roads and buildings and equipment. And that's pretty typical for most cities that we audit, that those would be the two largest assets. We didn't really see a lot of fluctuation over the years. The deferred outflow of resources is mainly relating to pension accounting, so it's not really a true asset, and I can discuss that in more detail later, but it is reflected as part of the assets, but it's really different. In terms of liabilities, this is the composition of the town liabilities over the last 3 years. So obviously you have your net pension liability, and you also have your other long-term liabilities, and those would be basically bonds, loans, any other type of long-term borrowings. Again, no major changes except that the pension liability has gone up. This was the case with every agency in CalPERS. It is really relating more to CalPERS earnings versus the town contribution or anything of that nature. Basically, CalPERS earnings were not what they estimated they will be, so that usually have an impact on your pension liability. Other than that, the town has been paying down its long-term debt as scheduled, and otherwise no other major changes in that area. In terms of net position, that's your equity or assets minus your liabilities, and it's normally broken down into 3 main categories. First one, the net investment in capital assets. That's usually the part of your equity that is not in a spendable form. You have invested this money already in infrastructure or equipment. And then you have the category of restricted, and those are restricted by by third parties. So, for example, any gas tax revenue, any grants, any bond money, any type of funds that are restricted for a specific purpose are listed in that category. And then finally, the unrestricted is the part that is under the council control. So that's the part that you can decide how you want to spend it. In terms of changes in net position, that's basically on a full accrual basis. So this is the all your funds together. You can see the yellow line is for your governmental funds, and they are combined together and then converted to full accrual basis. And then the blue line is for your proprietary funds, your water and wastewater. You can see that the town in 2017 had changes of 2.9 million. That's basically revenues over expenses of about 2.9 million. You can see a big swing between 2016 and 2017, and that was strictly due to the county in 2016 had funded certain flood-related projects. So that basically increased your revenues about $3.some million. So that really makes up the difference between the 2 years. But otherwise, everything else was fairly consistent over the last 3 years. Another measurement that we provide to our clients is the net cost of service to tax revenues. The net cost of service is the cost of running all town departments minus any revenues that those departments are able to generate on their own in form of fees, grants, those types of things. The idea is to see how much tax revenues are needed to cover that deficit. So as of 2017, the net cost of service was about $7 million. The tax revenues was about $10 million. And obviously, that's a good ratio. Again, you can see in 2016 that the difference was much bigger. The net cost of service was much lower, and that's again because of the $3 million from the county that basically reduced that net cost of service. Focusing on the general fund only, what we try to do is we try to look at your unrestricted fund balance that is under the council control and compare that to your annual expenditures. And the idea is to see in the unlikely scenario that all your revenue sources stop coming in, how long can you continue to pay your bills? And we've determined that you probably can continue to pay your bills for about 11 months. And the minimum requirement or minimum recommended ratio by the Government Finance Officers Association is about 2 to 4 months. So definitely 11 months is a very healthy ratio. Of course, we would never recommend that you lower it or to be right at the minimum recommended, but it is definitely above the average that we normally see. So that's a positive sign. GAN limit or appropriation limit is basically some guidelines that the town have to follow when you budget from tax revenues. The idea is to prevent governments from growing too fast. So the reason why we put this slide in, normally it's not an issue for most of our city clients, but the reason why we put it for this presentation is because the town is really at that, very close to that limit, which normally would require the council, if you think you're going to go over the limit, to follow some legal procedures to get extension and things of that nature. So that's a little bit of a background about what is the GAN limit and when it was created. Just wanted to kind of give you an idea about the numbers that basically your GAN limit for fiscal year 17 and 16 was about 7.6 and 7.2 million respectively. The general funds appropriation subject to the limit for those 2 fiscal years were 6.9 and 6.2. So obviously you can see 7.6 is the limit, 6.9 is what you're budgeting, so it's really very close. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. Then finally focusing on the pension plans. This was your pension expense over the last 3 years. Honestly, I started to debate whether I should be including pension expense slide because it's all over the place and it's really not something that you can control. Pension expense is impacted significantly by what happens on CalPERS side, investment earnings and a variety of other things. So sometimes there may be a good year and you can see pension expense going down, and some others it will not. But maybe what you want to look at more is your funded status, how much assets you have in the plan, how much is your liability, and what is the unfunded portion. So as of the most recent available information from CalPERS, and that's 6/30/16, the town had about $9 million in assets, had about $12.5 million in liability, and that left you with about $3.5 million of unfunded liability. Unfunded liability means that this is money that you would have to make up for in the future. Or investments may do really well and you may not have to make up for all this money. But it's just at this point that is the best estimate of what your liability is. Like I just said, this liability is an estimate, and assumptions that are made in this estimate have a significant impact on what those numbers are, and the one that everyone is usually very interested in is a discount rate. Your numbers are calculated based on a discount rate of 7.65%. So the accounting standards require us to basically disclose to the reader of the financial statements what would have those numbers been if the discount rate was higher by 1% or lower by 1%. So obviously you can see that if the discount rate was lower by 1%, your liability jumped to 5.2 million, and if it was higher by 1%, it goes down to 2.1 million. The likely scenario is it's going to go down, the discount rate. That's what CalPERS have announced, that I believe they targeted 7% in a period of 2 or 3 years. And then we hear all these other things about them thinking that maybe it would be even lower than 7%, but I am not aware of anything official that they have basically disclosed. But it just gives you an idea about where those numbers may be in the future. Then finally, some of the required communications that we have to provide to you as your independent auditor. First, our responsibility as your auditors under generally accepted auditing standards. We're mainly responsible to provide an opinion on the town's financial statements. We're also responsible for evaluating the town's internal control and making sure that they're properly designed and implemented, evaluating compliance with laws and regulations that could have a material impact on the financial statements. Also evaluating the tone at the top, making sure management is addressing our audit observations, is sending the right message to the rest of the organization about the importance of controls, ensure that your financial statements are clear and transparent, and then finally communicate with the governing body. Management have a lot of responsibilities in this process. Management is ultimately responsible for the completeness and accuracy of those financial statements. Of course, we are responsible to the extent that our professional standards require us to be, but our audit is on a test basis. We set materiality levels, so we don't look at transactions below a certain dollar amount. So there are limitations on an audit. An audit provides a reasonable assurance, which is a high level of assurance, but is not an absolute assurance. Management is also responsible for establishing internal controls, for making all financial records available to us during the audit, for adjusting the financial statements for any material misstatements, for designing controls to prevent and detect fraud, inform us of all known and suspected fraud, comply with laws and regulations, and take corrective actions on audit findings. In terms of independence, it is solely our responsibility to maintain our independence. Independence can be viewed in many ways. So our independence will be impaired if we have anyone on the audit team who have any direct or indirect relations with town management or town staff. So for that, we circulate questionnaires. We ask all of our staff to identify those relationships, and we remove anyone, of course, that have any kind of relationship. We have not identified any of those. Also, our independence can be impaired for any additional services that we provide to the town. So, for example, preparing the town financial statements is an additional service that can impair our independence unless we take precautionary measures. So we do that. We make sure that the town has designated someone who have the skill, knowledge, and experience to oversee our work, to review the financial statements, be able to understand them, accept them, and take responsibility for them. In terms of timing of the audit, we believe that the audit was performed in the time frame communicated to the town. Some of the accounting standards that we considered this year are listed here. Some of them were applicable to the town, like GASB 74, reporting the trust fund for OPEB, which is something that the town always done, but it's just added a little bit more disclosure. And we have determined that the other standards were not applicable to the town. I mentioned earlier that some of the numbers in your financials are estimates, so I just wanted to also give you an example of what those numbers are. So your pension, your OPEB obligation, the useful life of capital assets, all of these are estimates. Some of the important disclosures in the financials, I just listed a few notes that I think add more information that will help the reader understand more about those numbers. I'm pleased to say that we encountered no difficulties during the audit. We felt the town was very responsive. They were definitely eager to meet the deadlines, and they have provided us with quality documentation to support their account balances. There were some adjustments and reclassifying entries, and management has posted all of those adjustments. There were no significant risk or exposures other than the standard matters communicated to us in the legal counsel confirmation. We are pleased to say that we had no disagreement with management. We had no material weaknesses identified during our audit. We have requested certain representations from management dated November 21st. Those representations is basically a letter from management telling us that they have disclosed to us all known facts, they have recorded all transactions, they own all assets, and it's a very lengthy set of representations. We're not aware that management has engaged any other accounting firms to consult on audit matters. Other than our engagement letter and the representation letter, we had no other written communications with management. There were no material uncertainties relating to events and conditions, and we have not become aware of any instance of fraud or illegal act that were not disclosed to us by management. This is a summary of all the new accounting standards that are coming your way. I'm not going to go through them, otherwise this will turn into an accounting class, but I would only highlight the first one, GASB 75. That's the most significant. It's basically relating to the retiree medical benefits. So it's going to treat the unfunded liability the same way pension is treated right now. So this will go on your balance sheet next year as an additional liability. With that, I want to thank you for the opportunity. We definitely enjoyed coming to the town, enjoying all the great food while we're doing the audits. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
You need to eat a lot more of our food and drink a lot more of our wine to help us with that pension liability.
I'm at full capacity.
We have a lot of people in the audience that could help you with the wine piece especially. Any questions from council? Councilmember Dorman?
Thank you. Well, I never thought that I would say this, but the audit was really an interesting and enlightening read. And I commend it to all 164 pages of it. I commend it to all of our residents. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions? No,
Well
thank
done,
you.
sir.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you for having me.
And Maria, thank you also for making sure that we had that clean audit.
Yay, Maria.
So next up on our agenda, public hearings. We have none scheduled. We do have, to keep the financial theme going, our first administrative item, 13A, year-end financial report.
We are in the theme of all things financial. And just a minute while I grab that presentation. Actually, I don't have a presentation for you on year-end financial, sorry. So there's no PowerPoint here tonight on that specific item. There are others, though. So we had a great end to the audit, which you just received a report on. Then we had a great end to our fiscal year end for 16-17. The general fund ended with an unassigned fund balance of $1,238,584. We arrive at this amount after the CAFR is completed, which you just received a report on, and after all the transactions are recorded and adjusted. And then we have to also allocate the new reserve allocations that you approved for the fiscal year 17-18. And so that's how we arrive at this unassigned balance. The factors really that result in this unassigned balance come to us because we achieved savings from underspending in the general fund, and also transient occupancy tax revenues exceeded our adopted revenue estimate. So this evening before you, you have the opportunity to approve some allocations. You've been very fortunate as a town and as a council to be able to do this. We're in a really great financial position in the general fund. And so we have some recommendations as to where those funds could be allocated. The first is $600,000 to a PERS pension rate stabilization program for the unfunded actuarially accrued liability, also known as UAAL. In the past, I've come to you and I've presented information about PERS and the volatility of PERS and the growing cost of PERS. In the past, the council has, on 2 different occasions, allocated roughly $650,000 to set aside so that we can invest in a PERS stabilization program. So to augment that, I am also recommending an additional $600,000 as a result of this unassigned fund balance that we have. Presently, our unfunded accrued liability is about $3.8 million. So this would be a good thing to do. The additional funds, I would recommend placing $250,000 to the Facilities Repair and Replacement Fund. This is a new fund that we started last fiscal year and officially brought it into our budget this year so that we can actually start to develop reserves for specifically facilities and repair and replacement of those so that we can lighten the higher expenses on our capital projects fund if we can. And then in the same token, we set up the same type of fund for fleet tools and equipment. And so recommending $250,000 be allocated to that fund as well, also a new fund for the same purpose, just for the specific categories. And then finally, as you might be aware and as you may recall, you often allocate, if there's unassigned fund balance, to the capital projects fund. It's the main fund that funds all of our large projects and initiatives in town, and so I'm recommending the remaining, which is $138,584, be assigned to Fund 50. Current fund balance in Fund 50 is about $1.4 million, so it's also healthy, so this is just an additional augmentation to that fund. So if you approve these allocations tonight, that would result in a budget adjustment for this fiscal year because those funds are unassigned at this time. And if you've got any questions or comments, I'm happy to take those at this time.
Thank you. Questions of the staff report from the council? Vice Mayor?
Yes, Maria, I'd like to find out, is the sum of all of those allocations the total amount of the unassigned funds?
Yes.
So there are no additional unassigned funds. Are any of these unassigned funds going to be allocated to the wastewater and water funds?
No, the resolution before you tonight does not recommend assigning any of this general fund money to the enterprise funds. It's not typically, we're getting ahead of ourselves into the next one of the later items, but it's good to do this. So it's not been typically a practice of the council to use general fund money to augment your enterprise business funds since the last rate study. So in the past, long before 2011, the town was doing some of that to help the deficit in the business funds, but it's not necessarily a practice that the town has engaged in, at least in the last 5 to 7 years. And it's not up for recommendation, but certainly up for your discussion.
Thank you.
Steve, did you want to follow up with that? I know that was one of the first things you got rid of 10 years ago.
I just think it's a caution because people need to recognize that the town's operation include our general governance, which is the general fund that you're talking about. Utility enterprise funds, by design, were expected to operate like a business enterprise, much like a private sector business. The expectation is that the rate revenue paid by the customers is going to generate the return to pay for the service and the investment. I will caution the council that if you start using general fund, then at some point that slope will only get larger. And then when there's a downturn in the general fund revenue, if you don't have a sufficient base, then you have a gap. And as you may recall, we had approximately 10 years ago both a significant general fund subsidy that was required to maintain, and you were using the general fund to pay for all of the capital projects. Again, that's a policy direction, but when you look at where we're at with your general fund balance, there may be some areas that you can do in some projects, but it's a real slippery slope in terms of where you go and where the consequences are. And and I will point out that the prior councils have adopted a council policy statement that actually the council direction right now is not to have a general fund subsidy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Durham? Durham first.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Birthday.
So I'm confused. You're asking us to allocate the $600,000 in the PRSP Trust 115, but we haven't discussed that yet, correct?
Correct. So I'm just using the terminology for what is due to be discussed. In the past, we called it the unfunded actuarially accrued liability, and we were holding it, and we established Fund 03 in our budget, which is being held for this purpose. But I just tried to bring in the right vocabulary.
Perfect. Thank you.
And you'll note to the council that there's been a logical sequence to tonight's activities as we present, because the next item is to discuss the fund structure for our pension unfunded liability program. So it's a good opportunity and real positive, because you'll see in a short period much like how prior councils worked with us to establish the OPEB trust fund, we're now in a position to make really good progress and incrementally resolve the pension liability that the auditor presented and we've shown with you earlier. So this will show that we're making good steps, and this is the structure by which we'll be able to implement that. And to that degree, the recommendation in the equipment reserve and replacement funds, you saw some of the capital project items, and this starts allowing us to fund ahead, and we'll be able to use those funds as opposed to either general fund. So it's principled spending and reserving, and again, based on your prior direction, you've been big advocates for us to look at forward industry practice standards, and we don't bring to you a lot of new programs or things that would have ongoing costs. So these are activities that generally have met with your council's direction in terms of how you want to apply, because unassigned fund balances, your goal to me also is to try to have that not be a very significant number. So I don't, we try to budget as accurately as we can, and in part we have a volatile revenue stream with our TOT revenue, as we're going to see this year.
Councilmember Dorman?
Thank you. So I'm generally in favor of the proposal, but my question is, once we assign them, if something happens and we need or want to unassign and reassign, can that happen by resolution? What does assigning mean?
It means you're assigning these funds to specific areas, but you have several policies and several different reserves outside of these. So should there ever be any kind of situation that you would need to address, there's different reserve funds that you can tap into, if you will, by resolution. Obviously, we would come to you and share all of those with you. So yes, you can.
So, but wait, just to be clear, if we want to unassign this, can we do that? Let's say that we say at some point we no longer wish to assign the $600,000 to be in the trust, the 115 trust.
Okay, so let me be more clear with that. So with the other three items, the 250 for the different replacement funds and the capital projects funds, it can be a little bit easier to reallocate. When you enter into, we're almost kind of moving into the next item, but that's okay.
The irrevocable trust.
Right.
Sorry.
So
Okay,
it's right.
that.
So it's
That
a trust.
example.
Right. So that one specifically, that one we
forget that.
can't. But there are other funds within our budget, other reserves that we have that are at your discretion that you could discuss publicly and vote on. Outside of these. So there are other sources. These aren't the only ones. Should there be a fiscal situation that you wanted to resolve?
But if we want to use these, can we, as you put it, reallocate them?
Here's what
Not the trust, the other three.
Yeah, they're up for discussion tonight, should you wish to allocate them elsewhere. Yes.
I mean, in the future.
Yes.
Let me clarify.
it.
What
I
would
got it.
happen is you would have to provide direction to move them from that funding
Right.
source to the other funding source that you would want.
It would be another budget adjustment.
Correct.
It can happen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Council, of the staff report? Anyone in the audience? I know we're getting close. We're getting close. Any comments or questions about this item? Seeing none, further discussion or action? Any additional discussion? I'll start with one thing that the 600,000 seems like a big number, but it really isn't, in my opinion. Every time I think any one of us, and most recently I was in Santa Cruz last week and heard more dire news about the pension situation. It's only getting worse, as our presentation pointed out. The number's estimated to go down to 7%, and that's not even the bottom from what most people are estimating, that it could go as low as 6.5 or 6, which means we're going to have an even greater exposure. So the further we can stay ahead of that, I think it's smarter. And I certainly trust the judgment of our finance director on how to bolster some of these other funds with these allocations. So I could support it as presented. Any other discussion? Is there a motion to be had?
I just want to say, I just think this is one of the best things that this council and previous councils have done is to fund these type of funds, with our, with the monies we have to really help out future councils and really make wise financial decisions Of all the stuff we do, this is probably the single most important thing that, we should pat ourselves on the back for doing, because I think it's very important. So I can support it as is, and I'd be happy to make a motion if you...
Please do.
I'd like to press, how come I can't press the button? Anyway, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 17-3445, approving the fiscal year end financial report 2016-17 and budget adjustment, assigning the unassigned fund balances for fiscal year ending 2016-17 in the fiscal year 2017-18 budget.
And I will second.
Okay, please cast your vote. As soon as Michelle tells us we can. There we go. Thank you, that passes unanimously. Moving ahead to our next financial topic, Public Agency Retirement Services Contract.
Okay.
Maria, we're doubling up tonight. First it's Joe, now it's Maria.
My running joke is that you don't hear from me all year long, and then you just get to hear from me all in one night.
Right.
So before you this evening is a resolution to approve entering into a contract with PARS for a pension rate stabilization program. As I mentioned previously, on two separate occasions, I presented information to the council pertaining to the fluctuating costs of PERS and the unfunded actuarially accrued liability, or what we've come to know as UAAL. For the benefit of the public, the town receives a PERS rate and then an invoice for the unfunded actuarially accrued liability, which is really the gap for the underperformance of the PERS funds. And so presently, the town's unfunded actuarially accrued liability is about $3.8 million, and that's going to keep changing and moving. In previous presentations that we've discussed, there was an allocation for $300,000, then $366,000, and then this evening $600,000 allocated just moments ago. And so we've got about $1.2 million, a bit more than that, to allocate into this pension rate stabilization fund. We currently have a contract with PARS, which is our administrator for what we have known as the Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust, and that trust balance is $2.6 million. So the total allocation or investment in the trust with these two areas combined would be about $3.8 million, a little more than that. So should you approve the pension rate stabilization plan, we would consolidate the two plans but operate them separately. So it would be one trust fund operating separately so that we could access OPEB for OPEB and PERS for PERS. They wouldn't intermingle. The option to pursue a pension rate stabilization program stabilizes our ability to invest the funds with greater control. When we have an option to give money to PERS, we also are subjecting them to the shifts in the market, and so that's one reason to not do that. But here with us this evening is Mitch Barker, and he's the Executive Vice President from PARS, and he has a presentation that he'd like to share as you consider this for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Steve and Maria, thank you for the opportunity tonight. Considering all the positive things that have been said, plus your time frame, wanting to leave by 7:30, we could go straight to adoption and dispense with our presentation.
Is that a formal offer?
Yes,
no,
sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. Also joining me is Kevin O'Rourke. He's our senior municipal consultant and retired city manager of 34 years. He keeps us on the straight and narrow as it relates to city government issues. Glad to have him here as well. I'm going to step up our presentation speed in the interest of time. PARS, we're known as trust administrators, so we do the record keeping. The technical term is the sub-trust accounting. We got to keep everything straight. 250 agencies are in this trust. U.S. Bank is the trustee. They are the custodian of the assets. They actually hold the money. And Highmark Capital is our investment management partner. We've been working together with them for 20 years. They do a great job. They have an open architecture platform, which means they can choose any fund in the universe. There's 14,000 out there. It's their job to pick out the best 100 that get into our portfolios, and they do a good job at that. They also provide investment policy assistance. This has to be a different investment policy than your general fund because we can diversify investments, meaning invest in equities. Those two have to be separate. I mentioned that we have over, as I said, over 250 agencies that are in our trust. And you guys are on that list. I put the partial listing up here of just cities only. Interesting, fairly close by names: Healdsburg, Napa, Novato, Rohnert Park, Sausalito, Tiburon, and yourself. Those that are in red have adopted the pension rate stabilization program we're here to talk about tonight. That program has only been in existence for 18 months, and 115 agencies have adopted it. It's the best thing we've ever done. I couldn't be more excited. As Maria mentioned, this is a combination trust. It has 2 accounting buckets. So if you adopt, we'll place your $2.6 million in the OPEB bucket, and then you will be placing new monies into the pension rate stabilization program bucket. From a fee standpoint, the assets aggregate. So you very much get a positive in that we have a tiered fee schedule. So as the assets grow, the fee goes down. And the money can be accessed at any time. So relative to Councilmember Dorman's question, if you wanted to take out money for pension expenses at any time, you may do so. The asset accounts are accounted for separately. They have to be. GASB 45 has been replaced by GASB 75 for OPEB, and there's GASB 68 for pension. As mentioned already, the new numbers have come out for the town. As you know, CalPERS runs 2 years behind getting these numbers out. So the funded ratio is 70.9, the unfunded 3.8. Here are the 2 key numbers that we now focus on that every agency is really looking at very closely. What's my contribution amount this year, and where is it going? So the contribution amount this year is $507,000. It's going to $676,000 over time. Why is that happening? It's already been mentioned, the lowering of the discount rate. And as you've already mentioned, it's going to go below 7.2. They're saying in conference it's probably 6.5 after this first one gets phased in over 3 years, maybe even 6 down the road. Who knows? The bottom line is the teeter-totter effect happens. You lower the discount rate, and the unfunded liability and the contribution rate go up. Our job is to give you a fiscal tool to help you deal with that rising contribution amount. I'm going to turn it over to Kevin to give you a quick overview of the reasons why it may make good sense for you.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be here.
If you could lower that microphone just slightly, since I had the podium, or you can push the podium button too if you'd like. Go ahead.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. You can applaud if necessary.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
right.
you. So if I was your city manager, you would turn around to me at some point and say, so why would you pre-fund pension obligations? I believe that the 115 trust that you have in front of you tonight is a strategic choice for you to make to assist you in that, as I think the mayor was alluding to, the very uncertain future of your pension liabilities. In adopting this 115 trust, you retain accountability, control, and options. This slide and the next one give you a summary of the 8 areas, and we're in a very short time frame, so I'm not going to go into depth over them. But again, number 1, you keep control over the local assets. When you give CalPERS your annual funds, it goes away, and you hope they do a good job with it. With us, you're able to keep complete control over the discretion of how much, and whether you'll keep it with us or send it on to CalPERS. Pension rate stabilization, it gives you, again, options. As this discount rate issue continues, as things begin to become more uncertain, you'll be setting aside money to take out of that trust as you need it to address the current and or the pension liabilities as you move forward. Rainy day fund, while the funds can be used only for pension, you can take from Peter to pay Paul if you needed to. You could take money from the trust, pay your current year's up to 2 years worth of your current payments to CalPERS. So next would be the lower costs. We believe that if you were to do an evaluation of costs, that this 115 trust, the administrative cost for it would be less than the funds that you currently give the retirement system. We also believe it addresses, as your auditor was up here talking a little bit earlier about your pension liabilities. I'm sorry, it might help if I move the page, right? The address pension liabilities for GASB 60A. We believe it does address your city's unfunded pension liability. It improved credit ratings. A number of agencies out of the 114 that have adopted it so far have been looking strategically at being able to say to S&P or Moody's, et cetera, whether or not they're in a better position to go after particular financing. That may not be your issue here in Yountville, but it certainly can help improve your credit ratings. Actuarially sound retirement system. Again, I think that's the big issue in front of you, trying to reach an actuarially sound retirement system. And we believe that this is one of the tools that you can do to address that and ensure that your community and your employees that you promise to take care of in their retirement have an actually sound retirement system in place. We think that the trust gets you there. Diversified investing, potential for greater return than the general fund, which is my way to segue it over for Mitch to talk a little bit about the investment process. And again, you control those decisions surrounding that. So, Mitch, you're up.
All right. If Andrew Brown, your portfolio manager, were here, he would be giving this presentation. He was not available, so I'm going to do it for him. The one thing I have to make sure I do is not make any recommendations, which I'm not licensed to do. They've got 5 investment strategies ranging from conservative up to capital appreciation. We'll have a meeting at some point in time with Steve and Maria and talk through what the options are and then hear what the input is from the committee, and then Andrew will make a recommendation, and it's always the town's final decision on what the strategy is. The returns are in front of you. These are as of September 30th. They range again from the capital appreciation to the top. Think of that one like CalPERS. It's about a 75% equity, 25% bond strategy. As you can see, our 1 year was 14.07. CalPERS earned 11.2 through June 30. So that was a good year for CalPERS, no question. But Highmark earned 3 percentage points higher. They're really doing a good job for you. The one I'm excited about is the conservative strategy at the very bottom. If you leave the money in the general fund, which is your alternative, you're earning about 1%. If you take just a little bit of risk and put the money only in the conservative strategy, which is 15% stocks, you're earning about 4%. 4 times the difference for only a little bit of risk. I think that's a smart move. The question just becomes, how much do you want to put in? Our fees are before you. They're a sliding scale, so as more assets go in, the fees come down. And as mentioned, the 2 buckets aggregate or combine together. So money in the OPEB bucket combines with money in the pension bucket. So the top 5 reasons to do this, in our opinion, are, again, you need a tool to address the rising contribution rates in unfunded liabilities. You've got the option to potentially earn a greater rate of return in the general fund, 4% versus 1%. The money is there at any point in time if needed. As Kevin mentioned, you can take out 2 years' worth of expenses. Rating agencies look favorably at this, and the town retains complete control over these assets. Questions?
Any questions of the presentation? Councilmember Dorman.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you for coming. The .35, the document we have is the discretionary trustees fee schedule, the .35. That includes U.S. Bank as the trustee and also Highmark Services?
Correct.
And do we have any contract with Highmark?
You've got the same fee schedule for the OPEB trust. So we would simply be adding that second bucket and maintaining the same fee schedule.
Okay, so the fee schedule at 3.8 or whatever we're going to have in there will be .35 for trust for U.S. Bank / Highmark and .25 for PARS?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jeremy, you had a question?
I've got questions of staff.
Okay. Not of
Not of the
presentation.
I
Okay.
have
Any other to the presentation? Councilmember Mueller?
So I have one too. So the last time the committee met, we discussed this. We only had 1 bucket, and I asked a question about were these all actively managed funds, and the answer was yes. But we were told that if we ever reached the $5 million mark, options would occur if we wanted to take them, that they wouldn't necessarily all have to be actively managed funds. We could maybe consider self-managing some, all, none, whatever. Is that true with combining these buckets? So,
Good memory. So we have two platforms within each of the 5 levels. Active,
Right.
I'll just compare terminology here. Active meaning the use of mutual funds that have the chance to outperform the market, also known as the benchmark. Or we have a passive strategy, which is using index or exchange-traded funds that simply mirror the market and can't outperform, but have lower fees. So we have active and passive within each of the 5 levels. So you always have the choice to go active or passive right now. The $5 million mark gives us an individual account status, and now we can customize the strategies. So if you said,
okay,
I
so
want to...
both buckets, that's really my basic question.
Yes.
Both buckets contribute to that 5 million?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Exactly.
So we get to 3.8 of the 5, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor, did you have a question? Any other questions? So I think those are our questions for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Durham, question of staff?
So given the fact I'm 1 year closer to retirement, I've got a couple of quick questions. So what we would do is take this 600,000 and pay it to this group instead of paying it into CalPERS.
Correct.
And this still covers our pension liability, whether it's with them or whether it's with CalPERS.
Yes, we'll be able to use it.
And what we're seeing so far is a better return by having it with this group than we
Yes.
would with CalPERS.
Yes.
Okay. So then, has that been our experience with OPEB with this group in the past since it first started?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then, maybe I did the math wrong, but what kind of fee are we looking at then based on this 3.8 million?
It's high.
It's 0.60
It's high.
at the top of that, because we're under the, if you go back to...
We're under the 10 million.
Yeah, you're under the 10 million, yeah.
So if I did my math right, then I came up with 75,000.
So, Mitch.
So here's my question then. Where is the trade-off then by paying them fees of 75,000? Is the trade-off better in the long term having the money with PARS?
Yes.
With the $75,000 fee at this number we're talking about right now?
Yes, because the thing with PERS is that with that discount rate continuing to change and the market volatility that they have and their return that hasn't even met with what this PARS has been able to perform in, they're not going to be able to give us that back. Plus, once you give PERS the money, you don't have control at all.
So if you could just reiterate what you just said. We give CalPERS the money, PERS the money, their rate, they then post a rate 8 months later that's lower. We've ultimately lost the difference
Yes.
in that amount.
And there's another gap and then another bill.
And then we need to
Make that up.
And we need to continue to make that up, as was shown by the accountant before.
Yes.
And can I just add
Hold
some?
on, no, hold on, just say, he's asking of staff, and then we'll have the conversation, so just a second.
I also point out, Council Durham, that the PERS administrative and overhead costs and the things that are factored into operating are actually relatively high. And more importantly, as a small agency, we don't have a lot of input. And, right now we get poor customer service. We get no return. If we gave them the money, there's no accountability on their part for what the end number would be. They will turn around next year and say, here's your new unfunded liability, and we won't necessarily know how that asset. Typically, the way this structure works, what we're doing is you're paying for an investment management, so that's the first thing we're doing. We maintain control. When we get the annual, because right now we do our annual contribution for PERS, and then PERS sends us as Maria and I kind of call it, the end of the year, here's what your payments didn't cover unfunded liability. So we've been paying that and setting some money aside, as you may recall, in the last 2 budgets. So we would be able to draw down, as we put money into this, we would pull it out of this fund to pay that invoice from PERS. That's how that would work from that standpoint. But the funding structure, because we have an ability to be directly involved in the management of our assets, and that's probably the number one biggest advantage.
Councilmember Mueller?
Well, I just wanted to add to, I agree that that's a very significant number, but see with those little circles there, depending on what we do every year, when you have more EFTs versus actively managed funds, those percentages can be controlled by us, and especially when we get to that $5 million mark, those numbers and those fees can significantly come down depending on how we choose to direct our funding. So it will not always be that high, hopefully.
Thank you. And then one other question. Then is my understanding correct, then we should see the unfunded balance reduce then because we have this return from PERS moving forward?
So you'll have the unfunded accrued liability continue to change because PERS drives that. But you'll have this investment here that allows you to take money out, which is it's earning, right? It's growing at a greater rate, and then you can use it for that so that you have it available to pay it when you get the gap, but it's actually growing at a greater rate. So you do work at paying down your liability, but you time yourself, right? Because if you pay down the liability right now and then it doesn't perform, it's just like a savings account to pay for it that's paying you better interest. I guess it's, if I were to say it that way.
And so, and the reason I ask is because I had someone come to my office hours yesterday, and I told them part of this, not as eloquent, and they said, well, the letters I get from PERS, paint a rosy picture. I said, well, you're on the receiving end. We're on that paying end going in, correct? So, and that's what I've heard since I've come on to this council. Is that correct? That number keeps getting adjusted down.
Yes.
So we're sending additional money every year.
Yes, we are, and the projection is only to go up. The other thing I would say, if you looked at the numbers that we're showing, they were showing currently, I'm just going to be for ballpark numbers, that we have about a $3 million unfunded liability. So if you look at it, we're close, with the combination we've saved and the 600 that you just took earlier, we're now at 1.2 towards 3. So we're almost at 50% of, quote, the stated. The real question mark, though, is the 3 million real? So in this particular case, this allows us to continue to invest and grow that, because your current budget practices that we've put in, we're currently paying our current obligation and setting some additional money in our own internal rate to pay for this. And then we're using the unassigned fund balance as an opportunity to grow the fund. So you can see where we're headed. I mean, it's a great opportunity, and it's very similar to about 7 years ago when we started with the OPEB trust fund with just a couple $100,000. Then we've made some additional contributions over time, and the investment earnings. So it's prudent. And there is an administrative cost to investing, no different than anybody else that, if you have a investment portfolio, you need to see and look at, you're paying your manager something.
Thank you very much.
I think since we're kind of getting out of questions from staff, anyone from the public like to comment on this? So nobody wants to delay us getting to the next item you're all here for. I was just checking. Okay, further conversation by the council or action. I'll just remind folks, every time I go to a League of California Cities event, we hear dire outlooks for the returns from PERS, and virtually every city asks, what are our options? And this is our option that we have an opportunity to take advantage of. We make more money at a higher rate of return to put toward the crazy, unstable PERS. Those numbers aren't going to get any better. So if we can put them into a more active and more successful investment portfolio, it seems to make pure, total sense to me. So if no other discussion, I'd welcome a motion from anyone.
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 17-3446, approving a public agency post-employment benefits section 115 trust account and contract with Public Agency Retirement Services, PARS, to pre-fund pension obligations.
Second.
All in favor, please vote. We have different screen. It's coming up. There it is. Another unanimous vote, 5-0. So thank you. And thank you very much for your presentation and your patience. We're going to just take a 30-minute break. Just kidding. Boy, how quickly I get the dirty looks. My goodness. How quickly they turn.
That's a good idea.
Next item, establish a checklist for wine tasting rooms related to off-street parking.
Good evening.
Sandra, finally your turn. Normally we start the evening with you.
It's like Maria said, it's a little backwards
Yeah.
tonight. So tonight you have before you a resolution that would present a pilot program for a limited number of tasting rooms that would allow them to have greater use of their outdoor areas without having to provide additional on-site parking. And this was a concept that was first discussed at a joint meeting of the Town Council and the ZDRB, and then later discussed in further detail at ZDRB and at Council at separate meetings. And while there was not unanimous support for this concept, the Council did indicate a willingness to look at this further with conditions and limitations that would guide this process. Then in November of this year, on November 7th, the Town Council adopted a revised parking ordinance that allowed for an increase or a decrease in the number of on-site parking spaces, and that was to be created pursuant to an advisory checklist, and that's part of the resolution before you. And then on November 17th, staff received a letter from the president and CEO of the chamber, along with the 5 tasting rooms that are noted in the staff report, seeking to lift the restriction on outdoor service in those outdoor use areas. So the checklist that we have created is modeled on the 5 tasting rooms and their operations. And that is that these businesses have the rights for their guests to use outdoor areas and to consume wine tasting size portions outdoors, but they're not permitted to have employee service to customers at those outdoor tables. And that is because the outdoor areas were not included as use areas at the time of permit approval and were therefore not figured into the on-site parking requirement. What we've heard from the tasting rooms over the years, and that which was iterated in the joint letter, is that additional staff is not required to serve guests at these outdoor areas because the monitoring and enforcement of those outdoor areas is necessary simply by guests being in those outdoor areas. And so that's one of the factors that's included in the checklist. And so the conditions that a tasting room would need to satisfy to be eligible for a use permit amendment for this outdoor expansion of use would be, one, that the business is unable to meet the on-site parking demand of the zoning ordinance and the parking ordinance, that the business's guests already use those outdoor areas and they're permitted to do so by the business's use permit, that permitting employee service to guests in the outdoor use areas would not require additional staffing. This would be something that would need to be asserted in the application, and if approved for the business by use permit, would be monitored over time. And that allowing the business staff to service outdoor areas would not result in negative impacts to adjoining properties as to noise, lighting, and safety. And finally, that the use permit amendment will enhance the atmosphere of the streetscape and improve the overall experience of the business, staff, and passersby. And that's one of staff's interests, is that we think that this program and allowing more active use of the outdoor areas will lead to a more active and lively streetscape. So if those conditions could be satisfied, a business could apply for a use permit amendment. And during that process, and included in the resolution before you tonight, are proposed conditions of approval. One of which is that the business would need to participate in the town's employee parking management plan. And 3 of the 5 businesses already do so, but those other 2 businesses, we would be able to mitigate any type of parking impact, if any, by better managing employees, and you're aware of this. That requires a certain number of employees to park on site, and then the designation of an off-site parking zone for employee parking so that the impacts don't bleed into the neighborhoods. The other conditions are that The business would not be permitted to conduct food service outdoors beyond that which is already permitted under their existing permit. That the town council could establish the maximum number of seats at which wine tasting service could occur. And that's important because each of these outdoor areas were included in the original permit. There were conceptual drawings as to furniture design and layout and numbers, but all of that changes over time, and so this is an opportunity to firmly set that number as a condition of approval. We are proposing conditions that the business is subject to the annual use permit monitoring program and that they be under heightened scrutiny under the first 6 months to determine whether the assertions in the application are true as to employee number and parking impacts, et cetera, and that there is an opportunity should a business have impacts that were not identified to bring a revocation hearing before the town council. So we are recommending the pilot program as presented tonight, and I know many members of the industry are here to share their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the staff report? Councilmember Moeller?
So you said that there was 2 of these 5 that are listed here, the businesses that do not currently have employee parking plan?
Right, correct. It's Girard and Priest Ranch.
Okay. So my second question is, well, I think I have to make a comment first, and then I can kind of ask the question. And it primarily applies to North Yountville. During the summer, we see all sorts of very, we'll call it clever for a better pick of words here, businesses trying to control their parking with signs and wine barrels sitting out there, and the businesses are all kind of fighting, and it's not usually going very well. And I do recognize that people have rights to their parking lot. It's just kind of the general behavior. Do you have any feeling about by adding more employee parking plan, adding it to Girard, which is up north on the north end, what impacts that might have that are contributing to some of these things that are going on?
Well, the general rule is that we require approximately 1/2 of the employees to park on site to limit some of that off-site bleed into the neighborhoods.
Okay.
And we have been using Yountville Community Park as a zone that is designated for employee parking. We conduct weekly inspections of those areas, and up until this point, we've noticed that there is excess parking still available. So we think there is room for the continued monitoring of employees in that zone. Certainly, there will be a tipping point at some point if we continue to allocate off-site space to employees. I don't think we've reached that yet.
Okay, and were you able to actually monitor the employee change? There was a change in the outside wine use at Girard last summer. So did the number of employees didn't change when that changed? Or do you know?
When they were using outdoor areas?
Right. It just seemed like it's a perception, so I'm asking you if you have information. Seems like there was a lot of employees there, and now there are a lot less, but...
That it is a code enforcement issue when someone is acting outside the bounds of their permit, so it's less monitoring numbers of employees, but bringing the business into compliance with those terms.
Okay.
So it was a little bit different goal, so...
Right, it's like the opposite of what we're doing now.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, thanks. Those are my questions for now.
Still limiting tasting pours only outside.
Correct.
The
It
main-
does not
the
open
main-
it to a wine bar.
Main difference is the guest doesn't have to walk inside to get a pour. Now the employee can go outside and pour.
Mhm.
Officially, legally.
Officially. And I understand from the industry, it's more than just pouring, it's sitting down and describing the great qualities of the wine that people like to hear.
Right. It's the level of hospitality that we
Yes.
expect.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, staff? Yeah. Councilmember Durham?
So R&D has all that open space, correct?
Yes.
Protea has open space on the roof?
They do, yes.
Red has additional seats right out front. Does this open up to all of them, if this were to pass, to come forward and be a part of an use permit amendment?
We are limiting this to wine tasting rooms only because of the specific conditions and the specific limited impact that we believe. If, say, a limited service restaurant were to seek approval of an enhanced service restaurant, we have always applied a higher parking standard, and we still think that's a better policy. Those types of businesses have a higher employee count, and we don't think it's as easy a fix as it is to this type of industry and for these limited businesses.
And Councilmember Durham, if I could, the council actually addressed a Protea issue with the parking standard, if you may recall, so that was addressed specifically. Red's Patio, from our understanding, is actually counted, although they have a unique, there they have an off-site parking arrangement, but we did feel that for the most part, listening to the folks that we've heard from, it really relates to that more simplistic, we've got smarter, I think, in time about how we condition the use of open space, and if it's going to be used, we're now counting it. So we have some small spaces. The other thing that just by virtue so that everybody in the room, those on the council and those sitting over there, we've already documented all of the existing open spaces so that there can't be any, what was 12 seats can't suddenly have shown up and now all of a sudden be 18. So we've already done that. So we need your help if the council is going to do this successfully, because we're really trying to just simply focus on the simple part of it, which is we have the open space that the councils previously approved, and we're trying to really look at, is this fundamentally going to really change the parking problem? When we look at it, especially on the individual basis in the most cases, we're being told that no, it's not going to change the number of staff. It will improve the quality of service and the experience. So do we fully know that? I think, it's like everything else. We're going to need to look at it. We try to put a level of measure of conditions. The two that don't have employee parking management programs are going to have to work with us, develop that. Pay to participate in the program. So it's not a freebie in the sense, but it's meant to look at the balance of what the prior councils have done and the utilization of the space.
Well, we also have an active conversation going on about parking requirements and the landscape changing with ride share, and that's a whole nother conversation that relates to this a little bit. Do we have any other questions of staff? I'm sure no one in the audience has anything to say about this. So, who would like to be first? I had a feeling.
Mayor, council members, thanks so much for having us this evening. Whitney Diver McAvoy, President and CEO of the Yountville Chamber of Commerce. We greatly appreciate your consideration for releasing the restrictions for individual use permits as amended to allow our tasting rooms to pour tastes of wine in outside facilities. For one, it provides an outside service that is seamless for our guests that visit Yountville as well as our residents. That's something that we don't have right now, and the level of service that is expected of us as a town through our reputation will be enhanced through this outside service. Also, the mayor touched on the level of hospitality that is expected of our businesses, and this allows us to meet that expectation. In turn, it allows us to have greater reviews, positive reviews on social media, things like Yelp, Facebook, Instagram, and people love to sit outside, and being able to service our guests in that way, again, positively reflects the environment that we're looking to create here in Yountville. Third, staff touched on it as well. Activity outside our businesses, people having a nice time, enjoying wine, enhances the vibrancy of our town. I know that's something that we've been talking a lot with our Envision Yountville process and the revision of our general plan, and is something that's important to this council, our residents, and our businesses. And lastly, I think that this item accurately falls under the council strategic plan, under the community character of our town, and goes along with enhancing that community character. That said, I ask for your support for this amendment and allowing our tasting rooms to pour tastes of wine outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody else has got to want to come up. Come on now. Everyone at once now. That's what you get for sitting in the front row. You beat Tracy to the microphone.
Sorry, guys. My name is Kara Chamberlain, and I'm the tasting room manager of the JCB Tasting Salon. Just to echo a lot that Whitney had to say when it had to do with the benefit of the community and how we can best represent Yountville in the greatest light for our tourists and for our locals, we do believe that having this extended space would really enhance our experience as a whole, but on something that I can speak to directly, which is employee parking, and to the space that is required, I can say confidently that we can manage this extended space without the need of additional employees. We feel very confident, and I feel like I can speak on behalf of a majority of the tasting rooms to provide this service without an additional staff, just because we are able to manage that even currently in our tasting room and make sure we can facilitate that without additional parking or need of additional employees. We do feel like that with this ability to have these tastings, that we can really provide an extra level of service to really bring in a whole nother experience to our visitors, to bring in the social media aspect as we are talking about, because guests love to take photos, they love to enjoy the beauty of our town, to really exceed that expectation that Yountville has to offer. We are the heart of Napa Valley, so we want to show that we are that beauty and that expectation from the outside as well as the inside. So I really hope that we get your support, because we really would love to have that. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Tracy, I think you're up. Oh, tag team, here we go.
Tracy McCardle, General Manager for Good Life Wine Collective, which includes Jessup Cellars. I agree with everything that has been said, and one thing in addition we feel will create a positive impact on the town is it will encourage the hotel guests to stay in town. And by enhancing the street scape will just create an environment that will be welcoming, and that your hotel guests will want to walk around and they'll want to experience the various things going on in this town, and that's a huge win for us all.
Yeah, and I can assure you from our side.
Joel, you're going to identify yourself.
Oh, yes,
first,
I'm
right?
Joel. I'm Joel Quigley, and I'm the Vice President of Marketing Communications for the Good Life Wine Collective, Jessup Cellars, and Handwritten Wines. And from our point of view and how we manage our guests and our experiences, it's not so much for us about the number of people, it's about the quality of people and the quality of service. I'm sure you've seen over the last number of years of how we now manage our tasting gallery and those experiences, and to be able to take that outdoors and not, it's very strange, because it's odd when you have to tell people from Iowa that no, we can't take care of you outside, is kind of an odd and a negative thing. So we want to remove that. We want to create a positive environment, and we are certainly up to managing that.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Beat you to it, surprisingly.
So Christoph realized he's got a bad leg and a cane, and he moved faster than you did.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Wake up. James Stewart from Stewart Cellars. I'm one of the owners. There's not really much to add. I think everyone's covered it pretty well. I can basically just get up here and say, me too, ditto. I agree with everything. I would also say that, when we designed Stewart Cellars, we sort of forfeited some interior and building space in favor of having more outdoor space, and we really do want to use it, and we have seen some of the negative impact from not doing outdoor tastings, and I think that this, the space that we're in, our town, the competitive nature of Napa Valley, it's important to deliver these seamless experiences, and make sure that, like, when somebody comes and visits us, they don't have to stop a conversation, and stop their enjoyment of the space and their families and friends to, come indoors and do another tasting. And then, I hate to bring up the fires, but we are still seeing an impact from that, and I think that anything that we can do right now to kind of elevate the experience and for people that come here, so that when they go home, they can sort of report to their communities that, like, all is well, we're all open for business, and it's a great experience still, I think is really important. So now in terms of our staffing, we've always been staffed with the expectation of using our outdoor spaces, so we don't see any increase there. And our seating is meant for that, so we don't see. We're just going to utilize what we already have. So I'm hoping we don't cause any negative impact. So thank you. Any questions? No? Great.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, James. Welcome.
My name is Christoph Paulik. I'm a sales director at Priest Ranch. So outdoor seating for us, it's kind of minimal. That wouldn't increase staff much, but I hear everybody talking about visitors from outside of town, state. But also we have to remember about locals, residents, that the experience they are also experiencing, it's not to the standards that we are set up to do. And building the community experience for everybody, yes, all the residents are much more understanding because they live here and they know restrictions. But having locals sit down outside and enjoying themselves to full potential and experiencing the experience that it's meant for everybody, that's also what's going to bring the community closer together, because we can provide that level of service to residents that love sitting outside and can enjoy full experience. We are service-oriented town and community, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I know if you've all sat through till now, you've got to have something to say.
Jaylene Gibson, tasting room manager for Gerard. I really would just be echoing my colleagues' statements, but I did want to come up and say personally that we would not need any additional staff for this, and would be happy to work with you on an employee parking program. Absolutely. It really is mostly a hospitality issue. Of course, revenue is important, but it is that awkward space of not being able to provide that level of service that not just Gerard, but the town of Yountville is known for. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I think we got everyone represented. Okay, seeing no other members of the public, I have a couple quick questions, Sandra, of you again. Length of time for the pilot program before it potentially would be enacted as a permanent condition? I didn't see that in the staff report.
Well, we haven't termed it as a pilot program because we see its limited use under these conditions to these businesses. So that hasn't been specifically addressed, but it is something that we could add some type of period for it to be enacted within.
I'm seeing it listed as this proposed pilot program and advisory checklist findings, but you're saying that this is potentially permanent, that we're just making sure it doesn't have unintended negative
Yes.
consequences.
Potentially, yes, because it's by use permit amendment and condition of approval that then runs with the land for each of these businesses, which makes it difficult to back off of in the future.
Right.
Although it is a case-by-case basis, although there is room to further explore that idea here tonight.
So you're saying that we shouldn't consider it a temporary, this is basically a permanent change that we're considering?
Potentially, yes.
And if it's violated by any one of the members, then that's an individual issue that they have to deal with.
Mhm.
And
Right. The procedure for the revocation of a use permit and when that could apply is clearly outlined in the zoning ordinance. So those options are continue to be available to the town council.
so other sites, and the one in particular that comes up is Handwritten. It's already approved, it's already in construction phase, comes online after this happens. They automatically, now when they originally got their conditions, didn't have this opportunity. Does this automatically include them? Do they have to come, like all of the other members that are present tonight, to request an amendment?
Well, the way that the approval will be processed will be through individual use permit amendment. So you would see each of these 5 businesses come back before you, and we'll look specifically at their condition and their number of tables and their number of employees and try to better understand that by condition of approval. So yes, handwritten would have to come back before us. And I think we would like to see that they have been in operation for at least a period of time before they come back, in order to understand number of employees, although that wouldn't be a strict requirement.
Well, they already requested the opportunity to do this, and that was almost one of the catalysts to this whole
Yeah.
conversation. So you know that's going to be.
Yeah, we know it's
I can
coming.
look over to Tracy, and you know this is going to be a request that's going to
Yes.
happen for them.
Yes.
And so just so you're prepared for that, she'll be calling tomorrow, I suspect. Those are my additional questions. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Let's go with Vice Mayor first, and then Councilmember Moeller.
Despite the fact that we're not calling it a pilot, will there be a review process?
Yes, so they'll be under heightened scrutiny the first 6 months to ensure that their operations are consistent with their application, and then as part of the use permit monitoring program where we check in annually and do random inspections.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moeller.
So I just wanted to get some clarity. It's around this same topic. It's item 6 in the very last page of the resolution. It says, if conditions in the business change during the first 6 months, which would affect or alter the findings made by the town council, then the amendment to the use permit may be revoked. I don't really understand what that's trying to say. And the other comment is 6 months, if we approve it tonight, would be June, and that's just when things are starting up. Do we really have a good assessment of that's going to be the right time? So those are my two questions.
Good point as to the time. We drafted this condition in anticipation of a potential misrepresentation of number of employees, and if we were to see a drastic change that would result in an impact, that it could be something that we could revisit. Although it wouldn't be limited to that.
So you left it general on purpose so that you could include unknown, unintended consequences that might come up.
But isn't the only consequence that is really being addressed here, since you're requiring parking mitigation, is if they increase their employees and have more cars parked by their employees? Isn't that really the only condition you're talking about that potentially would change? If somebody's saying, we're not going to add employees, then you have 4 more employees, you're only worried about the parking impact, right?
Yes, yes.
Because we're not talking about other conditions of their use permit, hours of operation, special events, anything like that.
Correct, yes.
So it is general and maybe vague, but it really, I think, is targeted at, and maybe, Gary, you have a comment about that, but it's really targeted at the negative impacts on increased employees, therefore increased vehicles needing to park somewhere.
That's right. Yes, and what I would add to that is this is an advisory checklist, and when the application for an amendment to the use permit comes before the council is still going to have all the authority under the municipal code to impose any conditions, frankly, that further the purposes of Title 17 and Title 18 as it relates to this modified use. So if, for example, an application came in and the council decided, we want to review after 1 year or 1.5 years or something, that would be permissible because this is not binding and the municipal code still gives you the authority to do so.
And under that discretion, if a business says, well, we did increase by 3 employees, but we now have 3 leased parking spaces across the street, that works. That does not have a negative increase in parking demand that isn't met. Is that?
It does work, except to the extent that it might violate some condition in the use permit, some other condition.
Go ahead.
I would say, Mayor, what we would want to do before this comes back to really understanding the use permit. So as long as that's all done up front and documented, but what we're trying to do is be very narrow and work with a specific area. And I caution making too many conclusions without the application in front.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to think of a hypothetical that might fit this condition because it is written quite vaguely. And so,
And Mayor, I
just
think,
so that the business interests know what we're talking about.
I think it could have a broader application than number of employees, because finding number 4 states that that this expansion of use will not negatively affect neighboring properties in terms of, let's say, noise. And I realize that we'll condition the allowable hours for the outdoor use, but outdoor uses and noise impacts could be something that develops after the approval is granted. So,
Good point. So that's why you keep it general.
yeah.
Totally fair. Okay. Any other questions,
I have one more.
Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to clarify that the 6 months isn't 6 months from, if we approve this tonight, it's from 6 months after each come back with their use permit for the change.
Correct.
Or if the council wants a different or a longer number or a different structure, we can include that. That's something at your discretion that you have the ability to change tonight as well. If you feel the 6 months not long enough, then we can write a different review period.
Yeah, I think, personal opinion, I think 1 year would be necessary to see all the seasonal activity and impacts that way, especially if we're considering this thing to be permanent unless violated. Why not be 1 year?
I'm fine with that too, unless, we wanted to ministerially allow staff. I definitely want to see the high season and the impacts during that time. So if they're fine with 1 year, that does cover everything, I'm fine with that too.
And I do
or some 6 month period of time that covers the high season. So 1 year will do it. That's good.
I do want to remind everybody that an individual application is still required and will come before the council on a case-by-case basis. So this is not a blanket permission to them. It's basically an indication of a willingness to support this.
Yes, they have to request the modification first. You have to request the modification first. Okay. If this is passed. Any other questions or discussion by council? Councilmember Dorman?
So, have we moved from questions to staff to sort of more council discussion?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So, I was a naysayer on ZDRB to this pilot program. I was a naysayer. That was in September of 2016. In February of 2017, I was a naysayer on whether staff should pursue it. In the interim, 2 ordinances have been amended that allow use of open space and that allow council to increase or decrease parking requirements. So my first question to myself was, why do we need this resolution? Because it seems like we already have ordinances on the books. But then it dawned on me that this has been presented as a pilot program, which I think is really, really a good way to go, because I think we do want to be able to see if there are unintended consequences. We have some businesses, for which I am grateful, willing apparently to participate in a pilot program. So with that, going in that direction, I had some specific thoughts about the resolution as presented. And the first one was to make it clear that it is a pilot program by changing the title to say that it establishes an advisory checklist for a pilot program for wine tasting rooms that would allow use of outdoor open space and then the parking language. The second one was, during all of the council discussions, I think it has been important to all of us, and we've echoed it tonight, that it is a case-by-case basis, that we want to be able to look at each business individually. So I would suggest adding under the findings, under the proposed findings in Section 2, a finding number 6 that says, we also would need to make a finding, any finding necessary or advisable on a case-by-case basis to address the particular factors and circumstances of the applicant's business, operation, or location. And I think that's what I've been hearing staff say would be done, but I would just like for it to be memorialized in the resolution. I had put in my notes to amend the proposed condition of approval number 6 to read 9 months instead of 6, because I was concerned that we would maybe not hit the high season. So I'm certainly okay with 1 year on that. And the final one kind of goes to what are we trying to manage here? So I had thought perhaps we say that to participate in this pilot program, which I understand has a reduced fee, the application needs to be in by March 31st. And then that gives us as a council, there's a finite time. It gives our businesses plenty of time to get their applications in, get their programs up and running. And it gives us as a council time to look and see, okay, we have 2 months in the books, we have 3 months, 4 months. And then hopefully that will help us make better decisions as other things come before us. So I could support the program because it is here, it's how we best manage it. So I could support the program with those changes.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Durham, any comments at this time? No. Councilmember Moeller. Vice Mayor?
Well, I think the fact that each of the tasting rooms has to come in and individually present their request and application for the user permit change really resolves some of those issues that my council member or friend has. But I don't see the necessity for calling it a pilot program, because then you have to put an end on it, and allowing all of the tasting rooms who come in and have their users permit changed and allow them to participate in the pilot program, then to later tell them, well, we're canceling this pilot program. I think that would be very bad form.
Oh, sorry, may I clarify, Mayor? I did not intend by my suggested revisions to cancel it. The pilot program would only be, the applications would be due in by March 31st, and that would also give staff some economies in reviewing them. But once they were up and running, they would not be canceled out of it. It would just give us a group, hopefully a group of tasting rooms coming in together that we could then look at and get data for the future. That was, I didn't want that to be misunderstood.
I think we're just getting a little confused about the use of the term pilot, whether there is a defined term that is not a permanent condition. That's why I asked my question earlier, which is, this isn't really a temporary change. This is a potentially permanent change we're considering. It's called a pilot program, maybe just because it's involving those interested businesses that have come forward to say, we will apply for this if it's allowable.
Yes.
Okay, so is that clear to the council that we're not talking about a designated period of trial, that this is potentially a permanent change that would require modification of existing use permits as desired by at least the businesses that are represented here? And Councilor Dorman, you don't look convinced by that.
So we're saying pilot would come out of the resolution, and there would be, so all that would be left in the resolution is, here is the advisory checklist for tasting rooms who want to serve outside.
There are findings that would need to be met.
Sorry, who want to use the outdoor space for service.
For wine tasting service.
Right.
Food's already still excluded, if it is already excluded. I don't know that, do we have pilot listed in the resolution itself?
It's only
No,
listed
it's just in the first item.
background.
There was a pilot program presented. So
That's what it was considered when it was.
right. So if that's the case, I'm back to my original position of, I don't think we need this resolution. We already have a resolution on the books that says open space can be used. We have an ordinance on the books. We have an ordinance on the books that says you can come in and ask for amendment to your use permit, and staff is going to develop a checklist. So I don't understand why we need this.
In my opinion, it defines specific findings that don't currently exist in the ordinances you just represented, and it also doesn't, even though it's advisory, the checklist does give this council and staff direction on what the minimum requirements of the business's activities will be required to qualify. Those don't exist elsewhere, as I understand it.
No, I agree with that, and the discussion at the council meeting where we talked about increasing or decreasing parking, it was determined that each request to increase or decrease parking would have an advisory checklist tailored to that request. So what this resolution does is basically says one size fits all. Specifically, if we don't put in my suggested language about take into consideration the particular circumstances of that business, I think we've changed the landscape.
Sandra or Gary, do you have a comment, Gary?
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is whenever a use permit amendment comes in, there's the standard use permit findings that need to be made, and then also the use permit findings for that particular zone. Those are broad enough for the council to consider whatever facts are particular to that use and that particular business that's happening there. Those findings include things like the use or feature as proposed will comply with applicable provisions of this title, for example. That being so broad that the council has the authority to look at the facts of the particular issue and apply them there. As to the advisory checklist, my understanding is that's an advisory checklist that exists and is applied to each project that goes forward and not to individual ones as the ordinance is written. I don't know if that was council's understanding too, but I think that's how the ordinance is written. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. And I'll just add my comments since I haven't been able to do that yet. I totally support this idea. I think it makes complete sense. We have been diligently managing our parking impacts throughout town for many, many years, and we need to continue to do that, but not at the detriment of our hospitality and wine and restaurant services and businesses. We certainly don't want to create conditions that make you and them less successful or potentially fail. I think we have an expectation that we're very proud of to deliver the highest quality of service, and we're not doing that when we say you have to go inside and get your 2 ounces inside, and as was pointed out by some of the testimony, interrupting the experience that we're hoping people will come here and enjoy. So you're all on notice about what you need to do to comply. I get the strong impression that you're all absolutely comfortable with the conditions as they're presented. I don't anticipate anyone violating what I think are very reasonable conditions. So it's not my concern. I think we should enact this immediately and let you all do what you do so well and take the handcuffs off a little bit and let you serve the customer experience, whether it's locals or visitors, and do it to the highest level. Those are my thoughts. If there are no other comments, is there a motion on this item? Councilmember Dorman?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 17-3447, establishing an advisory checklist for wine tasting rooms that would allow a reduction in the number of required off-street parking spaces for outdoor use areas that satisfy the required findings, with the addition of number 6 under proposed findings in section 2 that would read any finding necessary or advisable on a case-by-case basis to address the particular factors and circumstances of the applicant's business operation or location.
And we talked about a 1 year, not a 6 month.
And I'm sorry, and yes, adding a 1 year review rather than the 6 months under, I believe it's under the conditions of
Condition number
approval.
6.
Yes, thank you.
And were you including the application deadline for the program?
I think it's a good idea, actually, to allow staff to know applications are coming in. I don't see that as onerous. I think March 31st.
Staff, I was going to say.
Well, I have no objection to that. Then I will also add that we add that it include an application deadline of March 31, 2018.
And
Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, Council, if I can just propose actual language that would be added in to effectuate that.
Put your legal spin on it. Go ahead.
At the end of the first paragraph, after the now therefore the town council resolves as follows, the first paragraph that begins the provisions of the advisory checklist, at the very end of that paragraph, add the sentence, an amendment for such an application shall be submitted on or before March 1, 2018.
March 31.
March 31, 2018.
Okay. And then the finding number 6 still needs to change from 6 months to 1 year. Then Councilmember Dorman, the language that you were proposing was for,
To add a finding number 6 under the proposed findings in Section 2, and the added finding would be any finding necessary or advisable on a case-by-case basis to address the particular factors and circumstances of the applicant's business, operation, or location.
Gary, do you consider that appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? No, that's a formal motion, so is there a second on that motion?
I'll make a second.
Okay, is there any further discussion on that motion as it's presented? Okay, please vote. And we continue our 5-0 voting, so wasn't it worth all that municipal government education tonight? You may all go out to dinner, as long as you drink locally. Thank you all for your input. And Whitney, thank you for bringing all of your colleagues with you. Whitney did not put together tonight's agenda. Don't blame her.
She wanted to go last.
Yeah, I see Atelier Cup there. Come on now. Thank you all. We're going to continue on to our next item. We've pulled item D for a future meeting, so we're now on to item E, which is the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission appointments. We did meet prior to this regular meeting to interview 3 applicants, and our town clerk will tell us the results.
Well, the town interviewed incumbent members Verlin Chalmers and Paul Marciniak, and new applicant Carol Shermang. And all council members have voted unanimously to appoint those individuals to the Park and Rec Advisory Commission, and they would be serving a 2-year term with it expiring January 2020. And if there's no questions, I would ask that you make those appointments.
So you're asking if there be a motion to approve the appointments of Verlin Chalmers, Paul Marciniak, and Carol Shermang to the Yountville Parks and Recreation Commission.
Yes, please.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Please vote. That also passes unanimously. And thank you to Verlin and Paul, who are continuing to serve on that commission, and we welcome Carol for her participation to join the commission. Thanks to all 3 of them. Now on to our Napa County Mosquito Abatement District appointment. We have an opening for a Yountville representative.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The town has advertised to fill the Yountville representative position on the Napa County Mosquito Abatement District Board, and this position has been filled by Stephen Rosa for the past 28 years as a staff, when he was a staff person, when he served on the council, and now as a resident. So it's time to pass the torch. At the close of the filing period, though, however, we did not receive any completed applications for council to consider. Councilmember Dorman contacted me and said through her outreach she had talked to different people to see if they would be interested, and there were no takers at this time, and so she volunteered to serve on this for 1 year or until we receive applications to fill the position, so that we didn't leave our Yountville seat open. So there are alternatives in the staff report, which would include appointing 1 council member, which council member Dorman has volunteered, and 2, if you didn't appoint a council member to serve, then we would leave that seat vacant, and Yountville wouldn't have any representation on that district board. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorman, did you want to make any comment about that? It's a kind offer.
Well, I had the opportunity to talk to Steve Rosa, and Steve, if you're watching, thank you for your service. And I also have had some traffic with the district of a personal nature, and I just would not want our seat to go vacant. It does a lot of good work, and I will clarify that I will be willing to serve the shorter of until we find someone, or a year, whatever you guys prefer.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? we will be recognizing Steve and his long tenure as our representative at a very near future meeting.
I will make a motion that we appoint Councilmember Carrie Dorman to serve on an interim basis on the Napa County Mosquito Abatement District Board of Trustees as the Yountville representative.
I'll second. Oh, sorry.
Whichever one of you hit the button first.
My birthday, you take that.
Thank you. I gotta
Okay,
say.
please vote.
They're coming up. Hang on.
We're patting 1,000
That
tonight.
passes unanimously. Thank you. And Councilmember Dorman, thank you for stepping into that role for us. We will continue to actively pursue a permanent
Yes.
representation on that.
Yes.
So thank you. Okay, next up, Maria's back. Prop 218 procedure, water and wastewater utility rate adjustments.
Okay, so good evening. Thank you for entertaining me 3 times today. I appreciate it. We've got some good business to conduct with regard to our enterprise funds. That's important. And I do have our consultants here as well from Bartle Wells, but if you wouldn't mind, I have just some information I'd like to provide you with and background, and then they can come up and give a presentation. So just by way of background, the last rate study that we had was approved and implemented back in March of 2011. So it was approved through 2015, meaning that the last time we had authority to have any kind of rate increase was in January of 2015. So we've not had any rate increases for any of the enterprise funds for almost 3 years. So before the 2011 rate study was implemented, the town was subsidizing the enterprise funds, and since then, as mentioned earlier, the practice has been to move away from any type of general fund subsidy. So the overall trend for our enterprise funds currently is that the cost of projects necessary to maintain the infrastructure is really outpacing revenues. And the main sources of revenues for our enterprise funds for water and wastewater are the system replacement fees and the consumption use fees. So you've received some fiscal year-end reports in this evening's agenda, and those reports talk a lot about the fund balance, which mostly tell the story that there are some fund balances that have accrued in the enterprise funds, and that's good because before they were in deficit. Those small fund balances have helped to cover the net operating losses that we've also experienced last year and that we will probably very likely experience this year. So as an example, last year the water fund ended in an operating loss of $82,000. So I call it a loss because we drew down on fund balance in order to remain balanced, if that makes sense. So we drew down, we didn't bring in enough to cover costs. Water capital fund ended with an operating loss of $122,000. And so our wastewater fund didn't end in a loss, but that's attributed for 2 factors. One is the Veterans Home made up a payment that they were behind on from 2 years prior, so they gave us 3 years worth of payments in 1 year, so that caused the revenues to come up. And then some of our capital projects expenses were just a little bit lower. So I also want to share that in our budget workshops, we talked a little bit about the condition of our water funds, and we've been lightly sharing where we are with the operating funds and that we were going to be drawing down on fund balances. So for this fiscal year, for example, we're estimating that the water fund will probably operate at a loss of about $150,000. Wastewater will probably operate at a loss of about $120,000. And the recovery fund will operate at a loss of about $182,000. Now, it's important to remember that while we have multiple funds, there's really very limited source of revenue. So one fund receives revenues and sends money to the other funds to pay for debt and pay for capital. They're just split out differently to track our assets and track the operations and the activities differently. Over the next 5, and these reports that I'm giving you of what we expect to occur is based on the current rates that we have without any rate changes in place. So over the next 5 years, the water and wastewater capital needs are estimated to be about $2 and $3 million respectively. And in order to maintain reserve targets, which we should maintain in these funds, implement any necessary capital improvements and also required improvements, we do need to entertain rate increases. So the ad hoc committee, comprised of Mayor Dunbar and Councilmember Moeller and Town Manager, myself, we met with Bartle Wells and Associates to review the study, the findings, and we also worked to arrive at the current options that are outlined in the study, which you've received. Of the two options before you this evening, both options continue to draw down on fund balances that we have in the funds to subsidize the ratepayer. One option has a greater subsidy because it proposes drawing down on our drought reserve bank policy and also proposes a revision to the policy to allow that to occur. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Abigail Seaman from Bartle Wells, and she represents the firm that was contracted to complete the study, and she'll provide a presentation, and then we can have more discussion and questions.
Welcome.
So I'm going to...
There you go.
Very exciting.
I'm just glad it worked after I said find the button and push it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Mayor, members of the council, any remaining members of the public, city staff, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you this evening. My name is Abigail Seaman. I'm a municipal advisor and financial analyst with Bartle Wells Associates. We're an independent public finance advisor. Also attending with me is my colleague Eric Helgeson, also an experienced municipal advisor and financial analyst who may jump in on any questions you have. I'd like to talk to you today about the current state of the water enterprise and wastewater enterprise and the projected costs that these enterprises face. We've been speaking with the ad hoc committee to refine our projections and our recommendations and have ultimately come to you with two options for the water rate and a proposed wastewater rate. We have some water rate increases and a water rate structure change and a wastewater rate increase but no structure change. I'd like to discuss these options with you and also talk about the rate adoption timeline, where we are at this meeting and where we hope to be in the future. Our goal at this meeting is to receive approval from council to mail Prop 218 notices to all ratepayers containing the proposed rates. I'd like to mention that these would be maximum rates that the town can adopt in each year. And they would set a date for a public hearing to consider the rates formally. So I'd like to start with the water system and then move on to wastewater. I've had a wonderful introduction from Maria and some of the previous items on the agenda, which have highlighted that the water system is a self-supporting enterprise, meaning that revenues primarily from rates must be sufficient to cover operating expenses. Your main expense is the purchase of water from the veteran's home, and I'd like to highlight in this presentation that the cost of water is increasing. The water enterprise is in a sound financial position in that it holds no debt, but in the future we're looking at approximately $2.1 million in capital improvement plans over the next 5 years. And I hope you'll bear with me through some typographical corrections. This is the 2016-17 beginning fund balance. You have an unrestricted balance, meaning your discretionary operations and capital funds total $1.4 million. And you also have a restricted drought water reserve bank balance of approximately $2 million. And by restricted, that means this money has been set aside as the product of the sale of water rights. In the event that the town should need to purchase water in the event of a drought. And this will come up later in the presentation. And I'd also like to mention, as Maria said, that rates have not been increased since 2015. So that's 2 years that rates have remained the same. I'd like to take you through your current water rates. You have a meter service charge that increases by meter size according to demand factors that the meters place on the water system. There's an 87% surcharge on the meter service charge for residents residing outside town. And I'd like to say that's about 39 EDUs, or less than 5% of your rate revenue comes from these customers. You also have a system replacement fee, which is the same inside and outside town, and the aim of this fee is to recover capital expenses. You also have a fire charge, which only 2 customers currently pay. I believe it was established in 1980. It's $20 a month for a 6-inch meter and $40 a month for an 8-inch meter. And these are for customers who have a private fire line. There are 26 customers in the town that could be eligible for this charge, meaning they have a private fire line. Here are your usage charges, and I'd like to highlight that you have 4 single-family tiers for your usage. So depending on the amount that you use in any given month, the rate per unit varies based on these tiers. Your first tier is 0 to 4, which is about a lifeline allowance, and it's $2.57 inside. You have a 75% surcharge outside town. And these rates increase as the tiers increase, your water volume increases. So into the summer months, you are looking at rates in tiers 3 and tier 4 as you do outside irrigation. Those come up to $5.81 for 11 to 20 units. Tier 4 above 20 units is $11.61 per unit. And that unit is 1,000 gallons of water. For all other users, meaning multifamily and commercial non-residential users, you have a single tier per unit of 1,000 gallons, and again, a 75% surcharge outside the town. Water rates have come under legislation through Proposition 218. Water rates are regulated. They have to recover the cost of servicing water and nothing more. And also, there's been a decision in San Juan Capistrano, which is an interpretation of Proposition 218 and says that water tiers must be cost justified, meaning it must cost more to serve water at additional tiers than in order to establish the tiered rate. So our study took a look at your current tiers. So now I'd like to walk you through current costs. As I mentioned, your main cost is the purchase of water from the Veterans Home. And in this past fiscal year, the cost per acre foot of water, which is about 750. Yeah. Quite a lot of water. Was $1,202 per acre foot. And the reason for that jump is twofold. The first is that the Veterans Home had some capital requirements because of the water shutoff that occurred in 2016-17. And also the town worked with the Veterans Home to improve meter reading procedures. So the town actually consumed less than it has previously read. That means the costs were spread out over fewer units of water. So only one of those things is projected to not be as high this coming year. So we expect that the cost per acre foot may go down a little bit, but on the whole, these costs are increasing. They are volatile, as you can see. There are several spikes here in the graph, and that's because the Veterans Home rate is determined on a cash basis. So there aren't any projected capital expenses to consider. This is a look at your 17-18 water operations budget, and you can kind of cut the pie 2 ways. One is with purchases and conservation, which make up the bulk of your budget expenses, and one is operations and distribution, both about half. Your water purchases, like I said, come about 95% from the Veterans Home, and you also have some City of Napa emergency supply costs in there. Also in your Also, you have a conservation program, which is about $70,000, and we're proposing that this can be used to cost justify a second tier of water rates to pass on to usage above lifeline usage. Your total budget, excluding depreciation, is $1.1 million. And, excuse me for this error, expenses are projected to increase an average of 6% per year for water. And that's based on increase in personnel services and general CPI increases. This is your 5-year water capital plan. Your total is about $2.09, so $2.1 million over the next 5 years, and there's kind of a peak in 2019-20. Rather than some big projects, this is actually an amalgamation of small projects which address, I'm sure you heard in the previous item, ongoing replacement projects and also some infrastructure improvements. I'd like to show you what the projected state of your water enterprise if water rates remain the same. And if I could go back to this previous slide, I'd like to mention that current revenues are not sufficient to cover the capital improvement plan. So this is a bar graph that shows your current costs, and they're kind of stacked by category. The green up at the top is your capital expenses. In 2017-18, down over at the left, your revenues are about covering your expenses, but as these expenses are projected to increase and your capital improvement needs change, water revenue will not be sufficient to cover expenses. We've spoken with the ad hoc committee and have decided to come to council with 2 options. The first covers your water expense needs, and that would require an 8.5% annual increase. The other option is to mitigate some of the impacts from your capital program and the structure change that we're proposing, which I'll outline shortly, by transferring $200,000 from the Drought Water Reserve Bank to lessen rates over the next 5 years. And this would be a one-time transfer and would require policy revision on the council's end to allow this to happen. And the result would be 7% increases for the next 5 years. Based on our schedule, we're looking at approximately March 1 rate adoption for fiscal year 2017-18. And as you normally raise rates January 1, the following years would be January 1 rate increases. So here's a look at what that bar graph would look like with the 8.5% increases. As you can see, revenues are increasing on a steady basis, and in the interim, the fund balance is covering the green bar above revenues, that red line. So this brings your fund balance at the end of 5 years down to $1.1 million. And that's the ending fund balance of 2021-22 projected. Also, in 2021-22, you can see the red line comes above your expenses, so that's when you'd be beginning to put money back into your fund balance, having a positive net position in your water enterprise fund, and can prepare for capital expenses in the future, and increasing operations costs as well. Here's the bar graph with the 7% increase. We're proposing the transfer in 2019-20, which is where the bulk of your capital expenses occur in the next 5 years. As you can see, since the rate increases are less, you end up with slightly less revenue at the end of 5 years. But overall, your fund balance remains the same as this 8.5% option. So percentages are a little hard to visualize. I hope that this bar graph, just kind of hard to read, illustrates the difference between 7% and 8.5%. This is a survey of water rates in the Napa-Sonoma area. The town is approximately in the middle, below average, and will maintain its position regardless of the option chosen, proposed option chosen, whether it's 7% or 8.5%. And these proposed rates include the structure change that we're proposing, and I'll walk you through that now. So there's no proposed structure change to your monthly fixed charges. There would be a 7% rate increase, except that we have updated your outside town calculation, which recovers the ongoing maintenance required for infrastructure that was built to serve these outside customers. And we're proposing a 70% surcharge on both the meter service charge and the system replacement fee. We've also developed a fire charge for those 29 customers who are eligible and have a private fire line, and the American Water Works Association standard is 20% of the meter service charge, so 20% of $42.07 for a 3/4 inch meter. Your monthly usage charges, we've attempted to justify as many tiers as possible. We've placed your conservation expenses into a second residential tier, and all other users will have a single tiered rate. And this creates the same amount of fixed and variable revenue collection as you're currently collecting. That's 54% fixed, revenue collection. The goal of these rates is to be in compliance with Proposition 218 and the San Juan Capistrano decision that tiers need to be cost justified. Unfortunately, there are winners and losers in a water rate structure change. Since we're eliminating the tier 3 and 4 rates, those summer month and high use bills are projected to decrease, since they will no longer be paying those 3 and 4 tier rates. The average user, however, on a typical monthly basis, will see a $1.99 increase. And based on the average use of about 11,000 gallons per month. Low users, those are your part-time residents, your very low Lifeline water users, will see a larger increase since the Tier 1 rate has gone up. And again, we're proposing rates that are aligned with the requirements set forth by 218. And we also created a 2-tier structure to try to encourage conservation and provide a lower rate than the all-use $3.52 rate. I'd like to move on to wastewater. And I'd like to highlight that option 1, I have not shown you the detail of the rates, but it would be the same with an 8.5% increase rather than a 7% increase, and that should be reflected in your tables that you received. So, like the water system, the wastewater system is a self-supporting enterprise, meaning revenues must be sufficient to cover costs. The Veterans Home shares a treatment plant with the town and contributes revenue based on their share of treatment costs and shared capital costs. And I believe those are evaluated on an annual basis. Your fund balance is an unrestricted fund balance of $3 million. At the beginning of 2016-17, and you have a 5-year capital improvement plan of $3.36 million. Again, rates have not been increased since the last wastewater rate study projected outlined rates through 2015. Your sewer rates have a flat rate per month for residential users, that's single-family, multifamily, and mobile home users. And all commercial users, that's non-residential users, have a rate based on meter size. So single family and other residential categories have pretty predictable wastewater impact, but commercial users have less predictable flow to the wastewater system, and it really depends on more closely on total water use. And that's why single-family and all residential users have a flat charge, and non-residential users have a rate based on meter size. The system replacement fee, like water, is based on meter size, based on impact on the wastewater system, purchased impact. So it's $9.60 per month for 3/4-inch meters. So to make a finer point on it, your single-family residents will pay $35.22, and if they have a 3/4-inch meter, $9.60 per month. Your usage charges are for commercial customers only, and they're outlined based on strength. Low-strength users, such as an office building, have a lower impact on the wastewater system. They pay $2.85 per 1,000 gallons. Medium-strength users are users such as hotels and multi-use commercial spaces, and high-strength users such as restaurants produce a lot of fats, oils, and greases, so they have a higher usage charge per 1,000 gallons. Here's a look at your operations budget. Again, it can be sliced two ways. One is treatment, which makes up the bulk of your expenses, and also personnel services, and another way to slice the pie here. Expenses are total $1.6 million, excluding depreciation, and they are projected to increase an average of 4% per year. The wastewater enterprise has 3 debt issuances. The 2010 Energy Efficient Grant is estimated to be paid off in 2023-24, so just after the scope of this rate study. On the whole, you have approximately $200,000 in debt service requirements annually, and that will decrease by approximately $13,000 in 2023-24. Here's a look at your wastewater capital plan. It totals $3.36 million. Your largest expenses are in 2020-21, and again, these are combination of small projects, mainly based on repairing and replacing infrastructure, and of course the ever-increasing state requirements to treat wastewater. Here's a look at your expenses if rates are not increased. Look at your fund balance if rates are not increased. Again, revenues are not sufficient to cover that green portion of capital expenses, so the fund balance will will cover the difference between revenue and total expenses, and at the end of 5 years, you will have negative $725,976. We're proposing 12% increases per year to meet these expenses. And again, that may be a little hard to conceptualize. That works out to $5.38 increase per month for a single family in 2017-18, including the single family charge, which is proposed to go up to $39.45, and the system replacement fee, which is proposed to go up to $10.75 for a 3/4-inch meter. And this is how your revenue and expense will look with the proposed increases of 12% per year. As you can see, we're getting closer to a more prudent financial situation with these proposed rates, and revenues are getting closer to meeting expenses while the fund balance remains in a prudent at a prudent level that covers expenses in case of an emergency or emergency debt service payments. Here's a look at your rate on the broader scale. This is a look at single-family rates, again, in the Napa-Sonoma area. And that rate includes that is shown with the arrows. It includes your monthly fee plus the system replacement fee. And that rate is the lowest in the Napa-Sonoma area. And again, it's proposed to go up about $5.38 in the next fiscal year, or the current fiscal year. And the town will remain the lowest rate in the area. So if I could summarize what we've talked about, we've worked with the ad hoc committee to come to you with some proposed rate options. That would be, the ultimate recommendation is a 7% annual increase, along with a policy change to transfer some money from the Drought Reserve Fund, $200,000, and also impose a water rate structure change, which aligns with Proposition 218 while still encouraging some amount of conservation. For wastewater, we're proposing a 12% annual increase. Our goal for this meeting is to mail a notice to all ratepayers, which outline the rates that I've proposed to you tonight. And those rates would be maximum rates, again, meaning that in any year the council can choose to adopt a rate increase that is lower than what is projected on the Prop 218 notice if expenses are to change. Once the notices are mailed to all ratepayers, the council, as part of the Prop 218 procedure, should hold a public hearing at least 45 days from the mailing date to consider the proposed rates. You'll receive public comments and any written protests from ratepayers, one per parcel. And if a majority of ratepayers submit written protests, that's 50% plus one, submit written protests, then the rates may not be passed by the council. But if there is no majority protest, then the council can adopt the proposed rates. And those proposed rates can be effective the next billing period after the approval. And we're looking at about a March 1, 2018 timeline and January 1 for each year thereafter. And we're adopting rates again on a 5-year basis, which is sufficient to cover your expenses in at a reasonable projection over the next 5 years without having to overdo this, keep doing this process. And without getting too far into the future. It's what's recommended to adopt rates every 5 years. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions and comments that council has.
I suspect we're going to have a few questions and maybe a couple comments.
Sure.
But thank you very much for your presentation. This is one of those things that's always challenging to be able to say in a very clear, concise, understandable way. So
Yes.
thank you for helping do that. Councilmember Moore, I'll invite, if you wanted to add anything, since you and I were on this ad hoc committee. Anything further about the presentation?
Yes, I would just like to, I think it'd be very helpful for our public to have you address why even though we asked our public to conserve water, it was a state mandate, and they did, that really did not have any impact on the amount of increases that we're anticipating for the water and the sewer, unlike some of our other local municipalities. Some people, they may think that might be directly related, and with your analysis, you found that it really wasn't. So you could explain that a little bit to people. I think that'd be very helpful.
Absolutely. Water and wastewater enterprises have largely fixed expenses, meaning, other than the water purchase amount, which is portion based on water consumption, a majority of water expenses the enterprise faces whether the town consumes water or not. And those expenses are projected to increase in the future. And as water consumption goes down, variable revenue, meaning the revenue that's accumulated based on water consumption, goes down. You get less revenue with your water usage. And a portion of that is related to water consumption, your water purchase, but also a portion of that is your fixed expense. So the town has conserved water in the event of drought, but unfortunately, fixed expenses continue to increase. And one way we're hoping to mitigate that is to do a one-time transfer from the Drought Reserve Fund.
I think, Abigail, if I could, I think Councilmember Moeller is really reflecting on the fact that our rate structure has a fixed fee, and the fixed fee is designed to cover our capital and operating expenses. Unlike some of our neighboring jurisdictions, which include Napa, Sonoma, Calistoga, St. Helena, and American Canyon, many of those had volumetric rates, and they did not separate the fixed capital. 7 years ago, we established a fixed fee and a fixed system replacement fee that covers all of our capital costs. So therefore, the amount of rate increase that we need to cover we didn't see a reduction because of conservation. We also have designed those systems so that all users, regardless of volume, so we have concerns about second homeowners, various things. Everybody here pays their fair share if you have a water account. I think that's what you were alluding to, if I understand the question.
Because I think that is a perception, because a lot of the municipalities are doing water and sewer rate changes right now, and that's what's coming out of those municipalities, is that those rates are going up quite significantly, much more than ours, but that was due to the drought. But that's not the case in Yountville, so that's what I really want our public to know.
And I do think that's especially true. That is the case in the city of Napa, especially. And the city of Napa, which just adopted rates, actually, their last council meeting, actually is now modeling part of their rate structure on ours, and they now have a fixed fee component as well, as does the new proposed structures in Calistoga and St. Helena. And I will point out, just for the council and everybody's benefit, all of the agencies we're talking about, all of us are in the same cycle. All of these agencies have current rate studies and have been currently going through the Prop 218 process. Nobody likes to pay more, let's be honest, if we have a choice that we can avoid paying something. But we're looking at a situation where, based on council operating policies and directions, if we don't do something, we're going to be putting a very life-critical component. I mean, let's be honest, we take water for granted as long as it comes. Most of us don't really think about sewer unless we have an unnecessary backup. So it's challenging to get excited about these, and we're accessible, and we're one of the few areas that people can actually protest and actively look at it. I also want to point out a couple of things. We glossed over 1,000-gallon unit. And I want everybody to go back and look at the fee charge, the consumption. We're talking $2.57 for 1,000 gallons of water. And I just want to kind of use a mental comparison of what the 16-ounce bottle of water that you get at the corner convenience store or the gas station. That cost more than $2.57. Also, and you mentioned the San Juan Capistrano case, and I'm just going to point out, we approved a rate structure that was designed to benefit those that conserved. We did that with conscious deliberation in an attempt to manage that. We're now having to undo that rate structure because of a Supreme Court case by a number of wealthy landowners in Southern California that were successful, and the legislation hasn't come back to support conservation. So we have no choice. We have to restructure, completely overhaul the water units. And as Abigail mentioned, there'll be perceived winners and users. One whole unintended class, the mobile home park residents are going to see a significant benefit because they were using the commercial rate as a large volume was $4.40 a unit, and that will drop to $3.52. So I mean, there's little things and little nuances in this rate increase all over. But you saw in the short comparison, the average user is going to pay about $2 a month more, a few others, and $5 on sewer.
Okay, so I'm still asking questions. Councilmember Moeller, do you have any other questions? So could you maybe touch on, I know we talked about it in our subcommittee, how you got to the 0 to 4K gallon as the low user and the above 4 gallon, those structures. And those are in the legal definition cost justifiable, but maybe the percentage of our water users, how many households would fall into the one category versus the other, roughly?
Sure. Sorry if I could just flip to that page here.
And as you're looking for that, I know we have it there, but Steve took some of my notes. He must have been looking over my shoulder from a great distance. But I wanted to reemphasize the fact that the San Juan Capistrano Supreme Court ruling is requiring that we make these changes after we did what we thought was not only necessary to support our system, but completely fair and appropriate for our residents. And now we're being told that we can no longer do the 4-tier system that we had in place. So hopefully I bought you enough time to find the right chart that shows you that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the proposed tier 1 rate is 0 to 4 units, so the same as your existing tier 1 rate. And that reflects, as I mentioned, about lifeline water usage, so conservative indoor use. And so part of the reason to keep 0 to 4 units is in the interest of simplicity and keeping as closely aligned with your current rate structure as is possible. And also to provide a break to those who are low users as much as possible, and give that lifeline rate, basic indoor water use, a lower rate. I hope that answers your question.
And I don't know if we got to a percentage of how many households that might qualify, but to your point, we are still able to encourage and reward, to a degree, the water conserving customer.
Absolutely.
Everyone will have the baseline system and capital improvement cost, but the low user still benefits because they're in this lower tier.
Yeah, and I'll say that the larger we make the first tier, the smaller the difference between the tier 1 and the tier 2 usage rate. And so I'll just put down all the percentages here. Your single family is about 52% of your water use, where your all other users, multifamily and non-residential, is 48%. So tier 1, those who have bills between 0 and 4 units, is approximately 12% of your single family portion.
So 12% of the 52 overall
12% of the 52, yes. And the other half, about 40%, is in the tier 2 above, yeah.
Okay, great.
40% of the 52.
And again, a reminder, no increases in water rates since 2015.
Correct.
And the proposed adjustments would still keep us in the lower half of the region, not just Napa County, but of the northern region, basically.
Yes, we're not surpassing any agency with the proposed rate increases. So we would stay in the same position in terms of the Napa-Sonoma area single-family water bills.
And if I remember from our discussions, over the 5 years of major drought, we didn't have to draw down at all on our drought reserve fund, which we discussed is why that fund, with its fairly robust balance, is completely appropriate to draw from to decrease the impact on our residents.
Right. In essence, we have survived the drought, and we're looking at a new normal of water consumption. So water consumption is about not expected to go up very much, but expected to about stay the same as households have gotten used to conserving as much as they can. And so the drought reserve bank has maintained its balance and actually grown through interest earnings, and has not been touched as a result of the drought. Yeah.
And by law, we're not allowed to charge more than the cost recovery of the system.
Correct.
So this is not to try to add some kind of additional monies to the general fund, because that's not legal, and we're not doing that.
No.
We're just trying to cover the full cost of the service, the water and wastewater services.
Yes. The water enterprise should be collecting revenues that cover operating expenses and also provide prudent reserves in the event of an emergency, including unexpected capital expenses, a reduction in consumption. And as you can see, we're using the fund balance to reduce the impact of the water rates over time. So there's going down over time before we can build them back up. So we're using that to smooth the rate increases over time.
And in addition to smoothing the adjustments over time, I think your two bar charts were critical to show we're trying to make sure that after 5 years, we still have fund balance.
Correct.
That there's still money there available for failure of a pipe or other rate conditions that we can't control because we don't own the water. We buy it from the veterans home.
Right.
So it's a combination of softening potential increases, but also we can't draw down to zero and expect to try to get, or else you would see catastrophic changes
Absolutely.
in the rate structure in 5 years. So, okay. Just trying to clarify some of the reasons that we're having this conversation tonight.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions of our presentation? Councilmember Durham?
So why do we do this? Why don't we do this every year? Why do we set rates 5-7 years?
It's recommended to set rates every 5 years, adopt rates on a 5-year timeline, because this is a timeline that we can reasonably expect budgets and capital plans to stay as predicted. After that fact, expenses change and capital plans become too far in the future to propose increases on propose rate increases to cover those expenses. Also, it's industry practice to adopt rates on a 5-year basis. Why we don't do them every year, we don't expect proposed expenses to change very much based on projections. And the 5-year capital plan is set by staff, is expected to stay close to the 5-year plan. So rather than go through the Prop 218 process, have a hearing every year, we adopt rates on a 5-year basis.
And I don't know if this is to you or to staff, but the personnel increase that we see in there, is that just CPI or is that additional?
No, that's
Well, so we've been talking about PERS this evening, and so that's PERS, the growth of PERS, and mostly, the growth of PERS.
To maybe add to your question, it's more about the cost of employees as opposed to increased headcount.
Yes, absolutely.
And I will be very clear on that. It actually is not increased headcount. We are
I
not.
just want to make that clear that people don't think, oh, we've just hired a bunch more people.
And it's us being accurate. Councilmember Durham, when you look at, this process is very involved, and therefore it's like typical planning processes. You try to have a timeline duration. When you adopt a 5-year rate, the council can, and I think it was briefly alluded to in the introduction, at any point, if we come to you and say, hey, we don't fully need the full amount of the rate, we can propose a lower rate on a given year, but this is the maximum. And to be perfectly honest also, most councils don't like going through a rate-setting process every year. And I mean, it is time-consuming and for both staff, council, and the public. So it's also, with Prop 218, it's a fairly expensive process that we have to go through to establish rates. So I mean, those are all a variety of factors that influence. And as you can also see, the council had, we had a delayed appetite for moving forward with the rate study at this point, and had a 2-year gap in not doing it. I'd also say, in a conservative way, had we followed right after that 5-year rate with a new 5-year rate study, we would have been looking at lower rates because we now have the impact of no rate increases for the last 2 years. Since I'm not as well trained as Abigail and her team, I'm not going to project what that number would be, but I think it would certainly have brought both of those down by 2 to 3 basis points.
And so there's my question of why we wait 5 to 7 years to do it. So
yes.
So is there, and this is, I'm going to be snippy, here for a second?
Maybe be snippy closer to the
Yeah,
microphone.
I'm going to be snippy here for a second. I'd like to not have this be the last agenda item at 9:30 at night as well. But, so this is my first time doing this. This sending out letters over the holidays and all of this holiday stuff is fine, is standard?
No, let me explain exactly on that from the timeline. State law requires that we have a minimum of 45-day notice. So in the resolution, if you'll note, while we're taking the action today on December 5th, which is the council meeting due to your council calendar, staff is actually proposing that we not send, the notices will go out at the very end of December so that they arrive in January so that people have the January and February. The resolution identifies setting February 20th as your hearing date, so therefore the notices arrive right after the close of the holidays, so we're not actually using the holiday period. So, I mean, we thought exactly through that, Councilmember Durham, and this is the similar time period to which the council did the last. So we're trying to make sure that it's out there in January when people are after the holidays. We did. I just want to clarify that.
No,
because
that's good. That's why I was asking. And then, so maybe the ad hoc committee can answer this. I don't know the difference between taking $200,000 from the drought reserve fund, and I know I understand subsidizing it from the general fund. But what is the difference from taking it from the general fund or from the drought reserve fund? Either way, we're subsidizing.
A very big difference. The Drought Reserve Fund is an entity of the Water Enterprise Fund. It's a subsidiary fund of the Water Enterprise. So you're using funds that have been allocated towards a specific use in the Water Enterprise Fund. So the current council policy is that we don't have a general fund subsidy. So in this case, you're being prudent, and at one point you could say maybe we put more money than we needed to in the Drought Reserve Fund, so we want to consider, and again, it's your option. You don't have to, but I want to make it real clear. The reason that's different here is it is a water enterprise asset, and therefore it can be used in a water enterprise fund structure for your operating revenue.
Is it correct to say it a different way that money was collected through the rate system of the water rates as paid that went into the Drought Reserve Fund?
That was collected through the sale of water rights.
Yeah.
And so the council set it aside for, in the event of drought, to purchase water.
But that was $250,000 10 years ago.
$2 million.
The sale of the water?
He's talking about what we paid annually for those versus what we sold the rights for.
In 2009,
They're two different numbers.
Right.
Yeah.
We avoided the cost of $250,000 annually.
Yes.
We sold the water rights for a little over $3 million, and the council allocated $1 million towards. Mayor, I have to be very honest with you, and I can't speak to the period in the decade prior to that. I don't know that it would be fair to say that it's actually ratepayer revenue, because that was during the decade of extremely high general fund subsidy, and it could be very, I mean, if the general fund is subsidizing the rates, then one could perhaps argue that the general fund contributed towards the funding. Ratepayers certainly contributed some.
Sure. So we won't surmise what percentage that was, but one could argue that this money was allocated by previous councils for this specific reason, is to support softening of increases to the water and wastewater systems, as well as to be there if we needed to buy more water because we didn't have enough during the drought.
Well, I have to caution that statement as well. In 2009, the policy change that we're recommending in the drought reserve policy would be clear that you could use it to soften rates, especially in this year. The prior policy has a more strict use related to only drought conditions or drought supply projects. So the reason we're bringing you the companion policy tonight is to give you a little more flexibility to use it for rate stabilization. We also recognize that the significant impact of the San Juan Capistrano case had, where we fundamentally have to, restructure our water consumption rate. So we believe it is appropriate and prudent to use that asset to reduce the ratepayer liability.
So I guess I'll draw the nexus that we've encouraged our residents to conserve water, especially during the drought. They did so the revenues were lower because of that. And so, I mean, we made less money on less use of water.
No, we didn't actually, again, because of our rates.
Right.
And that's why.
Okay. I'm just trying to draw the connection that we decided was fair and appropriate, that we take the $200,000 from the Drought Reserve Fund in this unique set of circumstances.
So
Maria?
personnel costs have gone up, operating costs have gone up. We haven't had a rate increase in almost 3 years. So the only way that these enterprise funds can operate is through the ratepayers and the flat fees that we collect. And our capital costs have gone up. So we have not collected enough revenue to cover basic operating costs that have gone up for existing FTE headcount, personnel costs, and then the capital costs that have gone up. So if perhaps we had done an increase immediately in January of 2016, the increase might have been lower so that we could keep up. So we've been drawing on fund balance in the last almost 3 years already.
But council intentionally gave the residents a break for almost 3 years.
Yes. And I would also say, to your point, Mayor, the discussion of the ad hoc committee was, given the fact that this is a water fund asset and the unique circumstances of the San Juan Capistrano conservation efforts and all of the various factors, does it not make sense for us to consider using the water fund asset to soften and lower the rate? So I do want to say I agree with where you were trying to go. Yes, that's the case, and that's what you encouraged us to look at with the $200,000 drawdown from the Drought Reserve Fund.
And the $200,000 was a strategic number that Maria, you and our consulting team discussed and identified as having a reasonable impact of bringing it down 1.5 but also leaving enough reserve balance that if we had some kind of issue that was appropriate for the Drought Reserve Fund to support, that money was there.
Yes, and then you'd still have your fund balance in the funds, so you'd be in good fiscal position.
Right. Okay. Any other questions of the presentation?
I have one.
Yes, Councilmember Durham.
Why not use that $200,000 then for a specific capital expenditure project instead of subsidizing the water for the town?
So when we do that transfer, in the projection, it doesn't really say where it's going to be, and it's a one-time in that year. We could actually put it in there, because if we go back to the graph where Abigail shows the 200 that is infused, that's when our highest capital costs hit the fund, so to speak. And the language that is proposed before you this evening on the revision of the use of the Drought Reserve Fund speaks to that it's to provide flexibility for capital projects and provide a subsidy to the ratepayer so they don't have to feel the impact as much for capital improvements that benefit their water system.
Thank you.
In essence, we're doing what you were suggesting, because this is not going to the town, it is going to the water fund.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Don't go too far.
Yeah, I do have just one.
Vice Mayor?
Yes. Will this presentation be online on our website?
We can do that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you.
And it certainly is recorded on our website as well.
Actually, and I will also, Vice Mayor, Council, it's important to point out that Prop 218 also requires that we send out a notice and we send out information. So not only will this information be on our website, but we will also make sure that the information, because Prop 218, as you all may remember, but the audience may not, is a noticing requirement for property-related expenses. So its focus is on going to property owners. So we have, if you will, a higher obligation to send the information. So we will be preparing an information piece, explaining things, including the maximum proposed rates, because I don't want to lose sight of what Abigail said. Tonight, your direction, if we move forward, is you're setting the maximum amount that the council will consider at the February 20th hearing.
Yeah.
And the process that we will use to administer the protest process.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to invite members of the public to comment on this item tonight. I'll start with an email received from Billy Hewitt, who in essence is asking, can we put the $125,000 that was recently, in her words, I better read her words verbatim. I have also read of a recent savings of $125,000 from refinancing of bonds for the community center. Can that money be allocated for further decrease in the rate? So I'll let either Maria or Steve or both of you ask if that is something that's even possible.
The first source would be based on the current council policy, no, because that is a general fund revenue. The saving, and I'd also point out that we won't receive that, since we just refinanced, that savings will actually be applying and earned next year.
Well, is it also fair to say that's not money that we're getting back, it's money we're not paying in the future?
That would be correct, too.
So it's not really, we're getting $125,000 back?
That is correct.
Okay. So any other members of the public? I see, Carla, that you're here. Are you just here to observe and listen? All right.
And enjoy it.
And enjoy it. That's good. Hope you are. Seeing no other members of the public interested in discussing this, council discussion, please, in 15 minutes or less. Actually, Councilmember Mueller, since you were part of the ad hoc committee, do you want to start with comments? Or
I definitely have questions about the Exhibit D. This is the new drought water reserve bank policy. What's the old one say? What are the changes? The highlighted yellow?
That's the only change. Everything
and
else
this was added?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the only addition is number 3 that
Correct.
May use interest earnings and fund balance. Okay, so we're using a lot more than interest earnings if we choose the option where we use some of this to buy it down.
Yes, so that whole yellow sentence, the whole number 3 is the language that's been added. And yes, so we have $2,061,000, and the proposal is, and $61,000 is the interest that's been used, and the proposal is $200,000, so it's more than the interest. And so the language is, the town council may use interest earnings and fund balance from the Drought Reserve Bank to make water utility capital projects possible and reduce the impact to the ratepayer while maintaining a strong fund balance.
But under what conditions? It has no conditions related. Just at any time?
That's up for council discussion. If we were to outline every time that you might use it, the policy might end up being very lengthy. Whereas
I know, but just
Yes.
I'm just okay.
It's
So
open.
right now
It's open.
we can burn through $2 million every time 5 years we do rate studies. I mean, based on this policy.
Well, it allows you the opportunity to maintain a strong fund balance, right? Whatever you feel strong is. And for example, in the charts we've looked at, $1 million looks pretty good. We've got some parameters of about 1.25 times the expenses and the debt to be covered, be available. So those are some guiding principles that we have from our that we've received from Barta Wells, but we don't have anything that's specifically saying we need to keep X amount. And the fund balance discussion for this policy has never is silent on that right now.
Yeah.
Gary?
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is this would come back before the council in order to spend it on a particular capital project, and whether or not to use interest or the actual fund for that would be a decision that would come back, and this is really just a restatement of your authority to use that fund for a particular purpose.
Okay, Steve?
And I would just say also, if the council wanted to establish a minimum threshold balance that had to be maintained, you certainly could put that in the policy if there was a number. But again, the reason we need to be able to do this is in order for you to draw down the drought reserve fund, you have to have the authority to do so when we send the rate increase. And the assumption would be that that's a council action that you're going to take, and in this particular case, we don't think you would take it without serious consideration. But if you wanted to add more detail to that, that is certainly at the council's discretion.
Councilmember Mueller, any other comments right now?
We'll let other people
Yeah.
comment.
Councilor Dorman?
Thank you. So, looking at the bar graphs and the other numbers, I think, yes, we need more dollars to meet our system's expenses. So, I think what we are supposed to consider is how and where we get those dollars. And to do that, I want to maximize our flexibility and creativity. I think the ad hoc committee and the staff and the consultants have done a good job in starting that. Maybe finishing it remains to be seen, but like taking the $200,000 as a buy down. But maybe there's something else like that to be done. Maybe there's something else creative or flexible. So my suggestion is, and I understand, I think I'm quoting Steve from tonight, and what I understand from my discussions with the town manager is tonight really all we're doing is setting the maximum amount of a rate increase for water and or sewer we would consider. So I am suggesting that in the proposed resolution, item H be changed. Instead of saying we intend to adopt option 1 or option 2, I think we need more flexibility than that, and I would like to suggest a change that says, subject to the requirements of Proposition 218, the Town Council intends to consider a possible increase in water rates at a maximum not to exceed 8.5% per year for the next 5-year period. And on I, do the same thing for sewer, but use 12%. Along the same lines, when you get to the actual resolution language, items 1 and 2 talk about the water and sewer reports being adopted and approved. I would prefer to say they are received and filed, because to me, again, adopting them or approving them cuts off anything that we might try to do at the next meeting on where to find money, how to find money, what to do on the rates. But I see that something's got to give. I would just like to maintain our flexibility.
Gary, hold on. Gary, are those even permissible? Do you need required language that things are approved and adopted, or it seems the first 2 points are reasonable that you add the actual maximum numbers proposed, but is the language in 1 and 2 of the resolution required?
No, and in fact, there's really no legal difference between approved and adopted and received and filed. The only recommendation I would make for recital H and I is that in the proposed language that Councilmember Dorman has put forth, to also include at the end of that as reflected in the water report. So it's still clear that you're referencing the water report for the 8.5% increase for the water and the 12% for the wastewater report. So the language might read something like, subject to the requirements of Proposition 218, the Town Council intends to adopt a proposed rate increase of up to 8.5% annually as reflected in the water report. Something like that.
Okay.
And is it a problem to say the council proposes to adopt? I had put intends to consider a possible increase. Can we say tonight we propose to adopt an increase? Isn't that saying what we're going to do before it gets to us?
No, because this is just stating your intention. Council intends to do something. This does not commit the council to actually adopting that rate increase after the hearing. You can go through this whole process, have 3 people protest, and still decide in theory that you don't want to.
Okay, so you would just change my language to say the town council proposes to adopt.
Intends.
The town council intends to
adopt a proposed rate increase of up to 8.5% annually as reflected in the water report.
And that would still give us flexibility to say we're not going to do any increase, which is not in all likelihood going to happen, but we would still have that openness.
Correct. And the reason why intention in there is because the state law requires a resolution of intention. It states your intention, and then we're going to give notice of that intention to
we're going to encourage we defer to our town attorney on the exact language of that. Yeah.
If I could, while I certainly appreciate the flexibility and the upward maximum, for staff, we're going to recommend that 8.5 is very different than 7. And if we have to write the education piece, and I think it has a very different story if it's indicating that the council has taken an effort to use, and that's why I'm saying we're giving you 2 options. I mean, I sound really odd in this case when I usually would look at it, but I think in this case we need your guidance because we write it very differently, and I think the public will receive it very differently in terms of what it is, because if it's just 8.5 based on operating cost, or if it's 7% and it would have been 8.5, but the council has chose to use a one-time drawdown. And I offer that for your all's consideration when you provide the guidance. Ultimately, it is your determination, but I do think it significantly influences how we craft the education piece.
And I do think that the recitals, in referencing the water report and the wastewater report, do that very thing. It does require someone to take one more step, but we want to make sure they take that step to educate themselves completely and don't look at a single number and decide if they think that's appropriate or not. So that's why we're doing.
I was just going to say, I have no objection with the proposed language, however Gary wants to structure it, to say 7%. I just thought we had to go with the maximum in the report. But if 7% is what the council wants.
I think to Steve's point, to say 7% takes off any other options.
Correct.
You can't do the 8.5% if the discussion with the residents is that they don't want the subsidy of the $200,000, then you've eliminated the possibility of using that option by saying we would only consider 7%. So you're trying to define, I understand you'd want to define the resolution, but we're trying to not be too specific so that we can leave options open as they're presented in these reports. Is that a fair statement, Gary?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. If the resolution language stands exactly as it is, we intend to adopt one of the rate increase options in the report, and we want to go to option number 3, can we do that?
Yes is the short answer.
Let Gary answer that, please.
Yes is the short answer. What this does is it's going to say you can't go above 8.5. If you adopt this just as it is right now, it's going to place a hard cap of 8.5, which is also what your revised language would do. This just gives a little more options because it sort of highlights the fact that you might go 7, you might go 8.5. This does not actually adopt a rate. There's going to be a separate hearing and a meeting where the council is going to do that. And so the council could decide to adopt anything up to an 8.5% annual increase.
So if under the resolution as it currently reads, intends to adopt one of the rate increase options, which one is 7 and one is 8.5, we could adopt 5.5?
Yes.
Okay.
You can come back. What I want to be really
very
clear.
counterintuitive. We intend to adopt one of 2 options,
No,
but we
what
can
I'm
do
asking-
anything we want.
I'm actually, your council member, Dorman. That's why I'm saying you can go lower than the maximum amount. I want to be really clear, though. The council has to tell us which of those 2 options in that case. You have to tell us the 8.5% or the 7% option. But on February 20th, when you actually approve rates and you look at something, you could come back and say, we're approving a 6%, or we're doing 5.5,
Or
or we're
8%.
doing nothing. But you can't go, if you tell us 7, you can't go higher on February 20th than 7.
There's an intention for the language the way it's presented, is to not take away some of the options. Okay.
Yes, this does maximize the options for the council.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm listening to Steve and thinking about the residents that I've spoken with, and everyone really does hate the idea of rate increases for water and thinks that they don't deserve that because they were so good about conserving. And so I think that the education piece of it is very important. And the way that it is presented to them, I think they would appreciate knowing that we took into consideration the fact that it's at 8.5%, it's, a bigger bite. And so we want to appropriate the $200,000 from the drought in order to make it easier for them. I think that that is something that would help the residents to understand and appreciate that we're trying to help them out there. And so I wouldn't want to have 8.5% as the maximum.
I think we're getting a little confused about the language here. What I'd like us to focus on is that the education piece is critical. I think we get to what your point is through the education materials that would be coming out over the next several months or several weeks at least. To get too specific about the resolution, I think it's written exactly as it needs to be written by Gary and Maria. We start to try to wordsmith this now, I think it hurts us when we have to actually have this hearing, the 218 hearing in February. My opinion. And to set people's expectations artificially and prematurely, I don't think it helps us, because then we put a number out there that we have to educate backwards from, rather than educating and saying, well, how did we and why did we get to these numbers?
And I agree with that, and I will withdraw it, but I do want everyone on the council to know I did not intend to waste time. I sent this language to both the town attorney and the town manager previous. So I didn't come here to waste anybody's time. I just really, truly had that question of what intent. So
no time is being
thank you.
wasted in the discussion. We're just working through your idea. We do need to, though, I'll entertain a motion to extend beyond 10 p.m.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Councilmember Moeller seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Is
Aye.
Jeff opposed?
I said aye.
All right, that's approved unanimously. So further discussion, Councilmember Durham?
Can I ask a question, or Steve or Maria? February 6th, date to be determined for public informational meeting. So there will be a public meeting before the town council meeting on February 20th.
If you would like to do that, yes, or we can do it on that day. So on February 20th is your public hearing meeting as a council meeting. You can have a informational meeting on February 20th before the meeting, or you can have an informational meeting sometime before the 20th, and we would like to hear from you on that tonight as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, if I may, I think I understand a clarification issue. The way I want to go back to recital H. The council intends to adopt, and it should have been in parentheses, one of the rate increase options in the water report. You have to identify which one of those is the maximum. So I just want to clarify that subtlety.
I'm not sure you clarified it for me.
We're supposed to.
The language that you were saying, the report includes two options. We can't send the Prop 218 notice out with two options. It has to have one.
Gary, what does the language need to be?
So I think what Steve is getting at in this case is to pick one of the other ones to make the notice clear when it's sent out. And so I believe Steve is requesting.
I'm reading right in the, H reads, the town council intends to adopt one of the rate increase options in the water report. So you need to tell us which one, and that's all I'm just trying to say. It's a subtlety of the way this was written, and in hindsight, I will take it should have had, because we've adopted options before. The council picks the option, and then we plug that option into the resolution. That's what I'm trying to say.
So we're getting back to Councilmember Dorman's suggestion, is what you're saying?
No, ultimately you're choosing the option. If it's 8.5 or 7, yes.
But as we
Option
just
B.
discussed, if we say 7, then 8.5 is no longer a possibility.
That is correct. So if you want 8.5%.
So the decision right now is whether we're taking the $200,000 subsidy to reduce the increase by 1.5%.
And to, just because there's only one option recommended by the ad hoc committee on wastewater, so that one's clear because there isn't a second.
So I needs to say 12%?
Wastewater is 12.
So I needs to say 12%.
I think that
Steve,
would be better, yes.
Gary, Abigail?
Just ask our Barter Wells Associates to chime in.
If it turns out that 8.5% is what is required, the town will need to send out another 218 notice and wait another 45 days for a public hearing. So
if we put 7 here and
it turns out you need 8 because for some
For whatever reason.
yes. Our overall recommendation is option 2. That's the ad hoc committee's recommendation because we believe this is a viable solution to mitigate the rate impacts.
right, so the recommendation is 7% for water and 12% for wastewater.
Correct.
And you're comfortable if we have that language in the resolution?
Yes.
Okay, and Gary, you're comfortable if we put 7% for water and 12% for wastewater in this resolution?
Yes.
As the recommendations from the ad hoc committee and the consultant?
Yes, and if that is what goes out tonight in this resolution, then, as Abigail just pointed out, at the hearing on February 20th at the meeting, could not go above 7%, would have to renotice if you wanted to.
So the language should say no more than 7% and no more than 12% for wastewater.
Yes, and I have that language that we had gone through, and I'm happy to say it again for the record if need be.
You will be in just a moment, I think. So, Councilmember Dorman, do you have any follow-up to that? I mean, I think it kind of compromises what you were originally suggesting. Okay. Councilmember Durham?
I think this town got into an unfortunate situation of subsidizing water a long time ago. Now, whenever I'm on the street, people want to know what the town is going to do for them, and it always comes back to the fact we subsidized water. Take $200 out, $200,000 out of the drought water reserve bank is the same thing to the majority of this community. So I am stating my position that I believe that we should set the cap at 8.5, and we should make, if we are going to pull money out of the drought reserve fund, it should be for a specific capital improvement for water or for wastewater. So that's my position.
Okay. So you're suggesting option one, the 8.5%?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor, any comment? I'll go to Councilmember Moeller after.
Yes, I believe option two is the better option. And, you know, we have just come out of the drought, and it specifies in here that it's a one-time, $200,000 to offset the rate. I don't fault the residents because they enjoyed having subsidized water for years before. But I was elected in 2010. My first town council meeting in 2011, we raised the water rates. And I've been hearing about it ever since. But I believe that this is a fair, they said it's it pencils out across 7%, and the residents will feel like we have taken them into consideration. And I think that's a valuable thing too.
Thank you. Councilmember Moeller, last thoughts?
I think since we had our last, this was my original recommendation to go with the 200,000 and the 7%, but I have concerns about the drought water reserve bank policy. And again, due to the late hour, I don't want to get into what changes to put in here and really have a discussion about that. So I agree with Councilmember Durham that I'm fine with the 8.5% now. I would be willing to possibly consider something else if I had time to really think through what this $2 million that we put away a long time ago for the drought, what we're really going to use it for. And this policy doesn't really satisfy me that we really know where we're going with that. So that's my opinion. At this stage, because of the policy and it's included, I would go with 8.5%.
Okay. Well, I have a feeling that the last vote of the night will break our unanimous voting record for this evening. I continue to recommend or support the recommendation that we as the ad hoc committee made, which was the 7% and the $200,000 allocation, one-time allocation. I think it was explicit in our discussion that it was appropriate to do this. We talk about wanting to do all that we can for our residents, and I think this is appropriate to do as a one-time. And I understand Councilmember Durham's, I think concern, if I can use that word, that some folks will revert right back to, oh great, now we're getting our water bills paid for by the town. No, the intention here is to make sure that the users of the water pay for the system and pay for the water they use. That's absolutely appropriate. It's the expectation I think every resident should have, whether it's water or any other service that the town is providing. Costs continue to go up. I think to think that rates are not going to be adjusted up is being unrealistic. I think it's also being extremely short-sighted to expect those rates to not go up when we have significant capital projects that keep us from having water main breaks and sewer breaks, and we have uninterrupted service for the water and wastewater, probably far and above most communities. I think we have an obligation to support these services. I think it's a very fair and appropriate adjustment. We're talking about dollars a month. I think Steve's example of how many people that are complaining about their water rates go down to the store and buy a bottle of 12 or 16 ounces of water for $5. And let's just kind of be realistic about what we're talking about here. So I support the resolution as presented with the amendments that Gary has made. I think the change to the drought water reserve bank policy is appropriate as presented by Maria. I support that. Nobody likes to increase taxes, except nobody also wants to lose services. And so these are costs of doing business and the costs of living. So I think we need to vote on this now and have a community dialogue in early 2018.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment and a suggestion possibly?
As long as they're brief.
To address Councilmember Durham and Moeller's possible question. If we added a recital that indicated with the 7% rate, there would be a one-time drawdown of $200,000 in fiscal year 2019-20 from the Drought Reserve Fund Bank to the Water System Replacement Fund, because that way, Councilmember Durham, it would address that it's going towards the capital project replacement. I'm trying to come up with something that I hear movement on both, some specificity and making sure that it's going to capital, which is closer to the original intent than rate stabilization. We could add that recital if that was something that would help make people all more comfortable with the 7%. With that understanding, I'm offering that again as the council.
Does that impact your thoughts?
No, because I'd like to be able to utilize it year after year, not just one time. Let it be that.
We have that ability to make a budget adjustment going forward if that's appropriate.
I have no issue with the 8.5.
Okay.
I have no issue with the 8.5.
That's fair.
It's dollars. It costs money to have water and wastewater. It costs money to operate. I have no problem with the 8.5.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mueller, your thoughts on Steve's
I just think that this drought water reserve bank policy needs, I think it's very important. We're talking about $2 million. I think that's a whole lot of money, and to really, we put it away a long time ago when we got it, and I'm just not comfortable the way it's written right now. It seems like it's it's unfortunately attached to the resolution, and I think it's an important thing to give some thought to. There will be another drought. I don't think it's if. It will come again. So I think this is what we have put away, and it needs to be more thought. So I'm not changing my opinion either.
Okay, that's fine.
Popped up after our meeting.
Just one last thought, because we're really in deliberations here.
Absolutely. It is possible, I'd like to put it up to Gary, it is possible to write in the 218 notice that the council is considering a one-time draw of the Drought Reserve Fund, which would potentially reduce the rate in the future. So you would notice the 8.5, but you would include in the language that the council is considering this so that they could receive public comment on that at the hearing and make that decision at a later date.
What do you think, Gary?
Yes, that can be included in the notice.
So if we were to say in the resolution on H that the rate increase option of 8.5%, and then you add another recital.
Yes, you could add another recital to that effect. Yes.
Let me explain a reality for you as well. Yes, you can do that. The question is, if you're trying, remember, we have to do a protest. So if you have a majority protest, then you don't have a rate increase. And I think if the council intends to do something one way or the other, it's very hard for us to write an education piece that says well, you might do this, well, you might do that. And if that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so understanding what you're saying, though, can we reverse that, though? We put in, because what I'm hearing is possibly 3 council members support the 7% and 2 support the 8.5%. Can we do the opposite of what you just said, saying the recommendation from the council is 7% and add a recital that there is consideration for not taking the $200,000 allocation, which would result in an 8.5%? Or does that go the wrong way because of the the maximum? Okay, correct. I got like 5 people saying no, don't do that, so I got that. All right, so I'm going to ask if there's a motion to be had, because we're talking in circles now, I think, a little bit. Councilmember Dorman.
Can I hear the language from Gary, please, of the revised H and I?
Okay, so I think it's still the same language that you're talking about. For recital H, subject to the requirements of Proposition 218, the Town Council intends to adopt a proposed rate increase of up to 8.5% annually as reflected in the water report. For recital I, subject to the requirements of Proposition 218, the Town Council intends to adopt a proposed rate increase of up to 12% annually as reflected in the wastewater report.
And so the question about a motion is whether it's an 8.5 or a 7%.
But you didn't put a maximum of 8.5, did you?
Yes,
Did you say that?
In both cases, it's up to.
Okay.
So it's up to the motioner to decide if it's going to be an 8.5 or a 7. So I'll entertain a motion from somebody.
So I will make a motion to adopt resolution number 17-3448, approving intention to adjust water and wastewater rates, setting public hearing, establishing procedures for submitting and tabulating Proposition 218 protests, modifying drought water reserve bank policy, and directing staff to provide notice, with the change to include H and I as just set forth by the town attorney, and to say, rather than adopted, the water report and sewer reports are hereby received and filed. And it would be 7%, H would be 7%, and I would be 12%.
Could you include whether you accept the language as presented, modifying the drought water reserve bank policy?
And to accept the drought water reserve bank policy as presented.
Is that all you needed, Maria, those 2 items, the resolution and the policy adjustment? Okay.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second, so just so everybody's clear, we're talking about 7% water, 12% wastewater, the policy language as recommended by Maria, and everything else as presented. 7% and 12% is being proposed in the motion. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any final discussion before we vote? So do we have that vote window? Please vote. This is where it gets interesting because no one really knows. That passes on a 3-2 vote. So we did break our streak, but do you need something, Michelle?
Follow-up question, yes, when
Okay.
you're done. So did council decide on the workshop if it's going to be before the meeting on February 20th or on a different date? And do you want to discuss that now so that they can include it in their information?
So let's just be perfectly clear about what just happened with the vote, and then we'll
Yes,
talk about that
thank you.
meeting. So we did pass the resolution and the modification of the drought reserve policy by a 3-2 vote. This is not enacted. This is putting the Prop 218 process in motion, and now we're being asked by staff to decide if we prefer February 6th, which is a regular council meeting, or February 20 before a regular council meeting to have.
I think there's 2 things. The one is, do you want your workshop off council meeting or as part of the February 6th? You will have a hearing on February 20th based on the resolution.
Understood. I'm asking about when is the workshop?
Yep.
Understood that. is there a preference by council? We have meetings both nights anyway. We can have a workshop before. My guess is we're going to be busy discussing this on February 20th already.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
it
You already have a
It gives
hearing.
everybody 2 weeks to consider what's been discussed at the workshop if we have it on the 6th. Is everybody comfortable with the workshop on February 6th prior to our regular meeting?
Yes.
Potentially, say, 4 o'clock, but we don't know for sure? Or do you need a time certain, Michelle?
I don't think we do, because you're going to put it in your notice, right?
Can we set a time certain? 4 PM on February 6th. How's that?
Perfect.
Council good with that?
Yep.
Special meeting.
Okay, so a special meeting at 4 o'clock on February 6th as a public discussion of the proposal. We'll have a regular meeting on the 6th, then the meeting on the 20th will be the official meeting, the 218 meeting.
Right.
I see a lot of people writing things down. Is everybody, we're good with all that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was as easy as expected. Thank you both very much for being the final item tonight.
Thank you.
Even though it was difficult to have that discussion this late into the evening, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to have a very brief grandfather heritage oak tree update.
Thank you, Maria. You've really worked hard tonight.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Happy to report that the grandfather oak, after a little bit of bad weather and some other events that occurred, kind of delayed the removal and the removal of the oak tree. Trying to figure this out. I'm going to make this very quick.
Starting out quick.
Okay. Removed the oak tree in sections, took a couple of days. We started on the week of the 11th, end of day one. Got a good jump on it. This just gives you an idea of what the hollow, the size of the hollow and the main trunk look like. And this was what the final result of the oak tree remediation looks like today. So it's about 15 feet high roughly, and it is in line with what the arborist recommended and what you all agreed to was important, which was trying to keep that grandfather oak intact at a height that would support the child tree and give people an idea of what it was that kind of took that tree down, some of the rot that was included, and then that big hollow that's in the side of the tree just above Jim Wynn's head. So happy to report that there was no injuries or incidents. The tree came down in a safe and predictable manner, and we have restored the path, and it's open so that people can view the tree. And then for the last thing, we have an example of what the storyboard, a few years ago they worked up a storyboard. This may not be the final example, but it is one example that we have. I think it's a pretty good start. It has quite a few different items in it. Just talks about the kinds of communities that the tree supports and about what kind of structure the tree helped other living organisms provide. So happy to answer any questions you may have or comments.
Any of the wood recoverable to repurpose?
We are waiting for a report. It looked like they got a few good pieces out, not very much. I would anticipate at least a bench and maybe two being able to come back and being placed somewhere near that vicinity.
So we'll find out at a future date.
We will find out at a future date. They saw it and then they let it season for a bit and then fashion it into a bench. But I'll find out and be able to report that back to you.
Great. Any other questions? No. Great. Thanks very much, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Moving ahead, nothing significant to report from the flood control meeting today. NVTA, do we have something to report?
I deferred my report last time. This time I will just say I would encourage everyone to go to nvta.ca.gov. There's a Route 37 survey, express bus study, operational survey summary, fiscal year-end financial statements, and there are going to be periodic updates on the SB1 funds. So nvta.ca.gov.
And the SB1 fund, Senate Bill 1, which is $5.2 billion in transportation funding over the next 10 years, and it's about projects that will qualify to take advantage of that money.
Yes, correct.
Even though there is a potential challenge to that, that may be an initiative coming forward. Okay, thank you. And we list waste management. Anything at 10:25 to speak of?
Yes, in the Upper Valley, one of the issues that we've discussed, it relates to the fires. Our contract with Upper Valley Waste Management specifies that we can only take 5% of waste that is not within our jurisdictional area in Napa County. And some of the requests that we are getting from the Sonoma area would, exceed that by 100 times of what we would normally get in. So we're trying to really, because anybody who gets rid of waste when they are scraping the houses away and things like that, they have to designate where they're going. So there's a lot of coordination to figure out how much is really coming our way, because we're trying to balance being good neighbors along with not filling up our landfill. So we're going to be doing quite a bit of work that's going to continue at the next meeting. And also, LAFCO met yesterday, and the major update from that meeting is that we approved a municipal service review and sphere of update for Congress Valley Water District. That's a water district that's in Napa County, and it's kind of southeast Napa along 121. So that's those two
That supports
meetings.
the Carneros Inn.
Carneros Inn does not get water from this water district.
That's what they're going to be talking about in the report.
That's coming up next and under our service agreement, so that'll be a longer report.
Right, thank you. Just very quickly, I attended the League of California Cities Executive Board meeting last week in Santa Cruz. The 2018 goals were set. The 4 goals that were adopted: better addressing public safety concerns for California cities, ensure sustainability of public pensions and retirement health benefits, protecting existing transportation funding for local priorities, and housing affordability and homelessness. Those are the 2018 goals. There was also a recognition from some Southern California firefighters who came up and presented plaques of appreciation and thanks to, in particular, Napa River Inn and some adjacent businesses that supported the firefighters during their strike team deployment to the Napa Valley. So that was a well-received reception. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. And
One more thing, a report
Yes.
and announcement. Belated happy birthday to Councilmember Moeller. We have more than one birthday person here at the dais.
And with that, I'll entertain a motion January 16th, 6 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Good night.